Ah, okay, cool. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Can you guys hear me? Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully you can see me. Hopefully you can see me. Hopefully you can hear me. I should be live now. For some reason this screen went dead for a reason. I don't know why. But I should be live right now. What's going on? What's happening? What's going on? What's happening? What's going on? What's happening? Good morning, Wagwan Wingers. Good morning, 8 a.m. club. What's happening, people? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. I know some of you are probably asleep right now, but we're here, 8 a.m. club. It's a bit dark, isn't it? I'm a little bit. Am I dark on my phone? No, I'm good. I'm good. It's okay. It's okay. I need to move a bit forward. That's what I need to do. I need to move a little bit forward so I'm closer to the fucking thing, and it should be okay. Let me see if I can brighten the light a little bit. I might have to buy a ring light. I don't want to buy one because it looks really GAY, but I might have to buy a fucking ring light to really get this shit illuminated because I'm a little bit dark here, aren't I? I'm a little bit dark. Let me see if I can. What happens if I put like a little torchlight in front of the camera? What happens if I put a torchlight in front of the camera? Does that help? Let's see if I put my iPhone light. Does that make any difference? Can you tell? Can you see that? Hold on, let me put the thing up. Does it make a difference if I put the iPhone camera behind the webcam? Yeah, a little bit. Not really, but a little bit, I guess, isn't it? Not really, but a little bit. So yeah, I need to get more lighting. I need more lighting. Wagwan for the Wagwan. Wagwan for the Wagwan. Wagwan for the Wagwan. Appreciate all of you. Sorry for the delay. I know some of you guys were here and you're really upset. I'm going to read some of the upset messages actually. Sorry about that. I'm going to read some of the upset messages, okay? I'm going to read some of the upset messages because you deserve it. Yo, you know what it is? I've been training a bunch. Like I'm training. You know I'm training for real this time, and it's not some muck around thing because I'm tired. You know, because I push myself hard. I go fucking crazy. So I was on the treadmill for like an hour. No, I ran to the gym, which is about a mile. Went on the treadmill for an hour. Then I ran back. Had some fucking rice and Chinese. Then went to sleep. You know what I mean? My body just died. So because I'm fucking training, that's why I'm actually falling asleep and not actually streaming as much as I probably should. Which is weird because it's kind of the same when I'm on adult vitamins, you know? It's just my body's just my body, innit? When I'm on the adult vitamins, I disappear for like 4 days. And then when I'm also training, I just, I schedule streams a lot and don't turn up because I'm tired. So I'm the type of person no one can tell. Am I under adult vitamins or am I training? No one can tell. Am I under adult vitamins? Am I training or am I just being lazy? I'm never lazy though. That's one thing you can never call me. You can never call me lazy. I don't really think I am because I think I do quite a lot. Given the things that I do in my everyday life and shit, balancing, an actual. Well, it's not 9 to 5. It's more so I have more of a 4 till 12, but still. I don't think there's many people out there doing what I'm doing, so I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that at least. But I get it. Niggas were mad because I did, schedule something I didn't follow through, so I take all the umbrage. Let me read some of the mean comments on here. TFW. I don't know what that means, by the way, that abbreviation. Big up Jack Daniel Jr. You're an hour out and AZ hasn't even started Taz yet. Jordan Ray. Rick Glassman just roasted Grandpa Callen. Wingus. Zinger showing up 3 days later. Take me to a leader. Over and under on the smoke detector still going off. Don Dotter, powerful bunch. Pity K, look at you guys. Gamebred Footballer, what's up Dallas? Don Dotter, need to learn how to set up polymarket bet so we can wager whether AZ will start over or under 3 hours late. More midnight running. Diana knows me, by the way. Diana knows me. Big up Diana. When you watch this on the replay, you know me. Big up Diana. You actually know me and you feel me. You know me and you respect me. You know me. She knows. Midnight running crew. That's why I don't turn up. Big up Apex Putter. Midnight runs will light you up. Pat Guido. Zinger going poo. Diana. LOL guys. Black American. Eyes emoji. Jack Daniel Jr. You think AZ stayed in until he was 11 months? You think AZ stayed in until he was like 11 months? I think that's an insult, by the way. I think that's an insult. Big up Jack Daniel Jr., but I think that's an insult. Jordan Ray, AZ, I'm going to lock in 2026. To be fair, like I am locking in, I'm just not turning up on time. not turning up onto stream on time isn't not locking in. I don't think, because I am locking in. I probably, you know, that this is the thing. I'm gonna say categorically, I probably stream, I think, way more than what people that you watch. I probably think, my guess would be, I stream way more than some of your favorite streamers, or the people that you watch at least, or I'm on par for par, and I'm not even doing this full time. This is something I just do on the side. You know what I mean? This is something I do on the fucking side, and I do it more than the people that you watch day to day. So let's put some respect on my name. Let's put some respect. Yeah, I know I turn up late. I know I'm not scared. I'm kind of tardy. I know I'm kind of black with my fucking timing. But let's put some respect on my name. I'm probably here more than your favorite streamer. Be for real. Be for fucking real. So many motherfuckers, man. Fucking hell. Z. Jack June. Locked in on the chicken burgers and got the itis before every stream. That's the thing. Today wasn't a chicken burger. Today was just some egg fried rice. It wasn't a chicken. It wasn't a chicken burger. But big up Jack Dylan Jr. Yesterday was some egg fried rice. That was my problem. It wasn't really egg fried rice. It was more so me running to the gym for a mile, doing an hour on a treadmill and running back. That's what really killed me. Because I'm still getting my fitness up. I'm still getting my cardio up. Once my cardio fitness up, it's gonna be fine. Because I used to run to the gym all the time. Who else is here?
Do you have a gun?
Yo, big up, casual.
You give us a lot of your time. No hate allowed.
Yeah, it's just like a bit of casual. No, I understand the hate. I get it. I understand because I'm the same. I like what's the thing called? I just want the content. I don't give a fuck about all this stuff. Like most of you don't care about, you know what I mean? Running or not, itis or not. You said you were gonna stream at a particular time. Get on the fucking stream, motherfucker. Do you know what I mean? And I understand. I'm in the circus. I'm the monkey. No, all puns intended. All racial slurs intended. I am the dancing monkey. So when I say I got a dance, when I schedule a dance, I should dance on the stage. But I also need you guys to appreciate at least that I was dancing for 4 times for fucking 7 hours these last 4 days. You know what I mean? Let's also not forget that. But you know, the audience is the audience. I am what's it called? I am just a dutiful servant of the audience. So it is what it is. You can say what you want to say. I'll say what I want to say. But it is what it is. It is what it is. What are you guys saying? What happened to back to back? Okay, it is back to back technically, but it's just a few hours in between. Please, big up on 10 toes. Please, no more armor locking rants, AZ. They get stale when you do this. That's the thing. Why do they get the locking rants are more for me, not for you. Big up on 10 toes. The locking rants are never really for the audience. They're mostly for myself to kind of like G myself up, get myself motivated, get myself on it. It's not really for the audience at all. I'm not trying to convince you that I'm locking in. I'm trying to convince myself. So yeah, no, I'm not gonna stop that. I'll continue doing those, but big up on 10 toes. Don Dota, man's probably getting mobbed by his Arsenal fans. Oh, don't even get me started on that one. Congratulations to Arsenal, but fuck Arsenal. Congratulations to Arsenal, but fuck Arsenal. Honestly.
And I'm loyal to default.
Yeah. Who's this? Big up.
Morning, dude. What should I order from Greg's for breakfast?
Ooh, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I don't know who that is. Let me thank you 1 second. I'm not gonna lie. I've never actually had like a breakfast menu from Greg's. I never had it. I don't know what they have for breakfast menu, but my usual go-to. If you're gonna get a breakfast menu, I have no idea what you should get. So just pick what you want. But if you want what I usually like to get from there, I would say what I think is really fucking nice is the fucking sausage and bean melt. That's usually my go-to. Sausage and bean melt. The only problem is that the sausage and bean melt, I feel like only tastes good if it's warm or if it's hot. When you get it in its room temperature, it's pretty shit. The other ones are fine, like a chicken bake, a steak bake, a cheese and onion one, sausage rolls. You can eat them basically, room temperature or somewhat cold. But the sausage and bean melt needs to be hot. It needs to come straight out of the oven. But it's so fucking good. Oh my god, it's so good. So I'd recommend that. I don't know who that was actually. I don't know who that was. Let me just double check and make sure who that was so I can thank you. I'd recommend that. I also really like, they've got these things in they're a little bit more expensive. They've got them in the little fucking thing, the little warm thing. They've got those little cheese things. I don't know what they're called. They're these little cheese circles and they're covered in like breadcrumbs and shit. Those are pretty nice. The chicken, the chicken crouton things they've got are pretty shit. They're really, really dry. I don't really like them, so I'd avoid those chicken crouton things. So I'd probably go for a sausage and bean melt. If all else fails, the veggie roll is also kind of goated. The veggie roll in fucking Greg's is also really goated. So sausage and bean melt I'd go for. That's the first option. Big up wingers, sausage and bean melt. Try that if you're not already on that already. Be on the sausage and bean melt wave, in my opinion. Big up wingers, appreciate the donor. Let me go through more hate here. AZ must be trolling. So yeah, there we go. I've caught up with all the hate. Big up Black American. I'm accidentally awake. Big up Black American. Yes, sister. Accidentally awake. I've been there before. I've been accidentally awake before as well. 4 days in a row, man. Oh, I don't miss those days. Being accidentally awake for 4 days in a row and only eating. I think at that time I had like, what did I eat? I had like where did I go to? What's that place that does the burgers and it's got a green sign? So it's an American joint. Oh, white with a green sign. They do cheesy fries and really good burgers. I think I had like a burger and cheesy fries from there over the course of 4 days. That's why I had that one. I had that on like 1 day. I had one thing on 4 days being up. Crazy times, man. It's I don't know what the site is. It's it's in New York. What's it called? And they serve like burgers and shit. What's the fucking name of it? It's a branch. It's a franchise burger place. They do burgers and shit, cheesy fries, and the cheesy fries are like crinkled cut chips. And they got the cheesy on the side. Do you know what I'm talking about? What's the fucking thing called? Wish I remember the name of it. If you know, you know anyway. It doesn't fucking matter. Big up Black American. You're the only streamer I watch. I feel okay. Fair enough, Black American. Fair enough. Appreciate you, mate. We're grateful for your time. Yeah, no problem. You like again. You can call me out for stuff. I understand, but it's just funny. It's just funny sometimes, you know. It's just like, okay, cool, man. That's because I checked my stats the other day. I don't usually check stats because I think my stats are like what? I think I've already clocked in 20. I did that 27 hours last week, right? Which is how many hours average? Don't get me wrong, I got 2 days, so it's like close to 7 days. So that's like 3 hours a day. Probably should do more than that. Probably should do at least 4. But I think last week I clocked in 27 hours, which is pretty fucking sick. But yeah, I think someone suggested it. Maybe I should do like less hours per day instead of doing the marathon stream. So do like 4 per day or 3 per day instead of 6. I like to aim for 4. I think 4-hour streams are probably nice because they can kind of take up a good part of your day at the work week. Because I like to think of it, if you're listening to me at work, you can at least hear me out for 4 hours or something in the background, or at least kind of break it up during your work day, as opposed to 2 or 3, which is a bit too quick. You know what I mean? The day goes by too quickly and it rinsed it. So I think 4 hours a day is probably pretty decent. And again, doing all that with a fucking job still, I think it's fairly decent. And also balancing my fucking social life, I think I'm doing all right in that sense. I could be doing more in terms of turning up on time and shit, but y'all niggas, man, this is not full time. Do you know what I mean? If I was here full time, fair enough. But I'm literally not. So, you know, but hey, I understand the complaints. I get it. I take your criticism and your feedback constructively, and I will try my best to attend on time and be here when I say I'm going to be here. Okay? Cool. No beef. Please don't jump me, people. Please don't jump me. So, Roosters Peri, the 1 meal is the most satisfying thing I've ever had in 4 days. Yeah, that 1 meal, exactly. I devoured those fries. I just remember swallowing those fries. I remember just shoving those fries in my face. Plus the cheesy fries they do at that place I'm thinking about, they give you the cheese in a separate little cup. They don't pour it on the fries, so it's better that way. So it comes piping hot, and you can either dip your fries in it or pour them over it. And I remember just hoovering it up, man. I shoved that shit in my mouth. I fucking swallowed it. But I don't recommend staying up for 4 days. It's never as good as you think it is. Big up wingers. I once bought acid that turned out not to be acid and was up for 3 days. Yeah. That's always the best, by the way. I'm not gonna lie. Those days are always the funnest. Those days are always the best. When you think you're doing one thing, but it's actually another thing. Those are always the best, man. Like, you know, yeah. Too many to mention. But I can't start all that talk right now at the beginning of the stream because, you know, I don't want to get my shit demonetized. So let's just start. Okay, cool. We've got loads to get into. Let's get into it. So, first things first. Actually, who's in the kick chat? Big up the person in the kick chat as well. Let me get some of your fucking input and feedback. What are you saying? Let me get your feedback and input. Apologies, I completely forgot about you because I'm a forgetter. Where are you? Let's go on the live bit. What are you saying? Big up podcastables. I see you. Pirates can sleep when they like. They are there. Lock in with the scope from the top. Big Ben. Is Iceman the worst album of the big three? Is Iceman the worst album of the big three? Not really. It's just the one that I don't really care for too much because I don't really care for the beef that much. That's the one. I wouldn't say Iceman's the worst. I just don't care for the beef that much, to be honest. I'm really over it. I think the fans made it horrible, to be honest. On both sides, the fans made the beef unbearable. So I don't really give a fuck about the beef at all. Zero. I'm over it. I'm over J. Cole. I'm over Kendrick. I'm over Drake beefing each other. I do not care. So for me, the other two are better, but still, there's some slappers on Iceman. The new chicken roll, sausage roll at the way, veggie rolls for women, Subway. Yeah, what's happening with Subway, by the way? Does anyone know what's happening with Subway? Why does it feel like I'm seeing more people going to Subways these days? Even the other day, I was like, why are people going to like, am I missing something? Someone to the street, are Subway doing some sort of special deal? Is the food cheaper? Why do I feel like everyone's in Subway again? Please someone tell me in the stream chat, what the fuck is going on with Subway? Is it like half price at a certain time? I feel like there is way more people going to Subways now than I've ever seen recently. Because there was a period of time where I felt like every time I walked by a Subway, it was always fucking empty. Now I'm seeing so many people going in there. Like, what's happened? Are people rediscovering it because it's the only place you can get maybe like that kind of sub roll on the high street? I feel like Subway has become a spot again, but it's awful. Everyone knows it's fucking shit. The bread tastes like nothing. You know, you have to fucking stack it full of stuff and and sauces to make it edible. What the fuck is going on with Subway? Subway coupons goated. Is that what's happening? Subway used to be banging. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So what's happening then? Because have you guys noticed? Big up Wingus, by the way. Before you consider this one, big up Wingus. Have you noticed the anti Popeyes rhetoric on UK social media? Wingus, have you seen it? There's a big movement of people being very anti Popeyes, saying that it's overrated, saying that it's too expensive, basically saying that your local Dixie's or Pepe's is way better. People are hating Popeyes. Like, people are really in the UK. People are really, there's like a big anti Popeyes movement. They're saying it's too expensive for what it is, which I agree. It really isn't that great. Dude, I think the problem with Popeyes is similar to probably Chick-fil-A. I think Popeyes is only good in America. When I had it in New York, it was like I fucking, you know, it's like I fucking ejaculated. You know what I mean? It was fucking orgasmic when I had it in New York, because they have like different food standards laws. They can pump their chickens full of like crazy fucking toxins and whatever that make it, you know, taste juicy. Obviously not good for you, but taste juicy. So the Popeyes I had in America was crazy good. Not as good as it is here, but it was crazy fucking good. But yeah, people in the UK are really being anti-Popeyes. Like, fuck Popeyes, fuck Popeyes. So all fast food is too expensive now. Yeah, I agree. Morley's is fucking brilliant as well, by the way. Big up Wingus, he knows. Morley's is fucking great, to be honest. For what it is, Morley's is really fucking good. Really fucking. I roasted Bryan Callen's name, my guys. All fast food is expensive, true. What up, AZ? Yeah, well gone, Sucking Cathedral. What are you saying? Steroid that hoe. I stopped eating McDonald's, KFC, Wendy's quite a while ago now. It's all crap. Yeah, to be fair, you can stop eating it now, not because you're just big up Parquet tapes. I'm sure you did it because you wanted to be healthy. But nowadays, as Winger said, you can just avoid that shit because it's just too expensive. You can avoid that stuff now because it's just the price is just pricing people out, and the size of it too. Like, have you seen the size of the Big Tasty now? Have you seen the size of the burgers? Like, the sizes are just, they're shrinking them every fucking week. It feels like the burgers are shrinking. The price of the things you used to pay £3 for go up to like £5. It's fucking crazy. Which is make people buy, you know, order stuff at home or make stuff at home. And now if you've got like an air fryer, or you've got like basic skills in the kitchen, you can make pretty banging wings yourself at home. You can make a pretty banging smash burger at home, you know? And people know, everyone knows, there's no such thing better than making a homemade pizza. Homemade pizza trumps getting a fucking Domino's every day of the week, you know? Every day of the week. Even if the fucking homemade pizza, even if you undercook the fucking dough or whatever, nothing slaps better than a homemade pizza, man. Nothing slaps better than a homemade one. So I think with people, with all these fucking viral cooking videos on social media, and everyone becoming a little bit more professional with their kitchen skills, the popularity of air fryers and shit, you can basically make all of that shit yourself at home if you want. You know, it really isn't that difficult, and it's cheaper. You can make more of it. It's way tastier. So yeah, Yeah, Domino's is very expensive now. Big up pockets. OPX, you can save a good bit of money. Yep, agree. Even Weatherspoons is going downhill. Much smaller. Is it? I've not been to. The only thing I used to eat at Weatherspoons, Big up Wingus, was the fries. I used to love ordering the fries. At fucking Weatherspoons. I thought the fries were so good, but maybe because I was drunk and high, I don't know. But I always used to love the fucking fries. Zinga, you ever use Too Good? Yeah, of course. I actually use. When did I use it? Maybe like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, maybe like 3 weeks ago to go to Pret, because it makes Pret obviously way more affordable. Because Pret is like what? A Pret sub is like nearly £10, isn't it? A Pret fucking baguette is nearly £10, and they do some really like that chicken and avocado one. I fucking love that one. So I think I got a couple of those last time I went. Oh no, sorry, I got like a mixed bag, and they gave me a couple of stuff in it. So yeah, I like that app. Too Good to Go is a really good app, man. Really fucking good app. Big up Black American. The hood is the home of the churches. I have a comedy venue owner getting Callen grilled over. Oh, what? Big up 5-4 Rogan. What are you talking about, brother? What are you talking about, 5-4 Rogan? Big up Pocket Taste. We have the Harvester restaurants around here in Hertfordshire. They're not bad. Yeah. And the food. What's the food like a Harvester actually? I've never heard of Harvester. What's the food like there? Food. Let's see. Let me go on YouTube. Surely somebody has vlogged that, innit? Food at Harvester. What? There's more stuff going on with fucking ABBA. No, another girl's come out of the woodwork. Fucking no. Okay, cool. Let me press this later. Another fucking girl. Food at Harvester. Is it? How you spell that? Harvester, right? Is it Harvesters? Let's see. I review food at the Harvesters. Approach the chef. Yeah. What do you guys think? Okay, cool. Let's check it. This guy's usually quite good, isn't it? Right? This guy's usually pretty good, decent. Gary Eats. Let's see what Gary Eats says. What's that? Reviewing the Harvester. The worst review on the channel so far. Which one should we go for? The worst one or that one? The update. Let's go this one. Forget the worst. Let's go this.
Behind me is the Horse and Groom. It's a harvester. Now, last time I went to a harvester, it was in Maidstone. I tell you, I had a fantastic time. I had breakfast there. I really enjoyed it. However, 2.5 years ago, very early review, came to Harvester. I had a mixed grill, and it was absolutely shocking. It was over the Christmas period, and I can tell you.
I love the word shocking. Honestly, I love the word absolutely shocking. I love it. It accurately gets across how you feel. I love that word.
I was so disappointed. I really hope that it's improved massively. I've given them 2.5 years.
Is there a cash point here?
I have no idea, sir. No idea. Cash point? No, honestly, sorry. Does any of you know, does Harvester have a cash point? That is the burning question of the day. So I'm really hoping it has improved. Okay, he's actually going in to check. Fair play to him. As always, let's give it a go. I don't think they do have cash points in Harvesters.
Comedy gold.
They don't do cash back in here, so hopefully he finds one very called barbecue potato.
Let's see what they got.
Is now
Show me. Let's see the food. Let's see the food. Hold on. He's waffling a lot here. Let's just see the food. Sorry.
So must be impressive here. And I will take into account 11 different items on the plate. It's an awful lot. I want to take a close up here. First impressions, that does look quietly impressive.
That's decent, isn't it? I want. Is it decent though? I'm not too sure. That doesn't look great, does it? Big up Parquet. What does that taste like? That doesn't look great to me. Parquet taste. If you're still in the chat, please let me know. What does that taste? Have you ever had that? What does that actually taste? Because that looks horrid. That looks kind of horrid. I'm not gonna lie. That doesn't look that good. That doesn't to me. Maybe it's just me, but that does not look that good to me. That looks a little bit like everything came out of a packet or something, you know? That obviously it probably did, but what do you guys think? That does not look tasty to me.
And I do mean, I'm impressed. Without trying it, I'm impressed. I'm going to start with the egg.
Oh, big up Pocket, that's a bad example. Of course you'd say that. That's a bad example. I think this is an accurate example, actually. This is a very accurate example because this looks pretty fucking shit.
Now, I've just been waiting for some English mustard, which Sandra's kindly got for me. So I'm going to start with the egg. Oh, gosh, that's a knife and a half. Let's just cut in. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Big up Wingers. Good eye. The fries do look pretty good. The chips look really fucking good. They look they look like the best thing on the plate. The rest of it looks a little bit, you know.
One down. 10 to go. I want to take a close up here. Look at the.
But to be fair, big up Pocket. To be fair, this doesn't work. This is better Weatherspoons. It doesn't look that great, but to be fair, this does look better than Weatherspoons. I'll give you that much for sure. This looks better than Weatherspoons, 1,000,000%.
Whiteness there on the egg. It's been cooked well, and where it has been cooked is obviously immaculately clean. Chips are excellent.
They look really good.
Decant.
Who does that? Part of the fun is eating them out of the little fucking container and going very slowly. Why would you just pour them out? Part of the fun is eating them in the container. All the seasoning is probably in there too. Like, why would you pour them out of the fucking container? Out of a little tin cup? That's a novelty of it. You got them in a little tin cup. You got a little. You spread a little fucking sauce on the side. You take one out. You dip it. You take one out. You dip it. Why would you take it out of the thing where all of the fucking fried jus is held? Why would you do that?
Yeah, that was a good call, Gas. I'm a muppet. This decant because I might be able to get to anything.
There we go. So now you have to put them all back in again. What a fucking wally.
Will I? Actually, I can put it on this plate. Now the sausage looks like the breakfast sausage I had, but look, this one is cooked perfectly all round.
Is it though?
It's cut in.
Oh, it's dry. Oh, that bad boy is dry. That bad boy is fucking dry as fuck, bro. There's zero jus come out of that one. That sausage is drier than my fucking beard, mate. Fucking hell.
Beautiful sausage. I got criticised last time because I complained about the snap on the skin. The snap was perfect on that. And that's what I'm talking about.
All right, I'll leave it there because people are getting hungry in the stream. I don't want to make you guys hungry if you don't want to be hungry yet. Let me skip. Big up Southern Cathedral. Let me skip. Let me move on. I don't want to make you guys hungry if you're not hungry just yet. Let me skip for now. But big up Parquet Tapes about the recommendation for Harvester. If you're in the UK, go to Harvester. If you're in the UK, check out a Harvester. Anyways, back to the show. So, I saw this, right, and it made me think. It made me think about this. It made me think of a hypothetical question. Somebody posted this really cute video of people. I think this is Central Park in America. I think this is Central Park in New York. I think it's a Central Park. I think so. I'm not too sure, but I think it's Central Park. Right? I think this is Central Park. Everyone's in there having a good time, running around with their dogs, playing with their friends, frisbees and shit. And someone quote tweeted and said, "Sometimes I wish work and jobs never existed and people were free to simply enjoy life on this planet." Now, I think the uncomfortable truth of this statement is the following. This is the reason why AI is so essential. This is the reason why we need to get to a place of, artificial general intelligence or artificial super intelligence, AGI or ASI. The reason why we need to get to that level is so that we can free ourselves from the shackle of these bullshit mundane jobs, and then we can be free to enjoy ourselves like this more often than not. It's going to involve some pain. It's going to involve a lot of layoffs, right? It's going to involve some version of UBI to be implemented, because if we get to a level of ASI, artificial super intelligence, that means most jobs will be done by an AI of some sort, and they won't really need a huge workforce to kind of, human workforce anyway, to kind of do any of those type of jobs. So we'll be all left to kind of pursue our real passions and hobbies and stuff. But I think the uncomfortable truth is most of us don't really have any. Most of us probably don't have any real passions or hobbies. Our lives are basically framed around our jobs. Our jobs are our passions and hobbies. They take up a huge portion of our days. And then the rest of our days are spent just, watching Netflix, scrolling the feed. So if you take away some of our jobs, some of our 9 to 5s, let's say, the things that take up 7 to 8 hours of our day, we don't really know what to do with ourselves. So although people want this future, right? This future of like hanging out, enjoying life, connecting with people, loving, growing a family, looking after dogs and pets, whatever, contributing back to the local community, working in a fucking soup kitchen all the time. The way to get there is mass layoffs. The way to get there is a lot of uncertainty in terms of your future and what you want to, or your present actually, and what you're meant to do. That is the only way to get to this level. We have to embrace AI. We have to get to a point where we stop being afraid of it and we start embracing the fact that it's going to be painful as fuck. It's going to result in a lot of people losing their jobs, but in the end, when AI takes over, we're going to have more time to do this sort of shit. But are people happy with that? I don't know how comfortable I am with that. To get to this level, you're going to have to embrace the fact that AI is going to take everyone's jobs, which is going to allow you to have more time to frolic in the park with your friends, to play frisbee with people. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Goddamn, you're making me hungry. Coach, looks like a dog. Pick up dry hair Jaylene with a Akash. What's that? Check your email. Sent the prank call. Which email do you send? Who is this person? Pick up what? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, brother. But let me check my email. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea who you are, but I'm still gonna check it anyway because I'm a sucker for fucking drama. So let me see. What email did you send it to? Which email did you send it to, my friend? I've got many emails. Which email did you send it to? Which email did you send it to? Which email did you send it to? 5-4 Rogan. AZ, our corporate overlords would never allow life to be beautiful, especially here in America. Uh-oh. Very good point. I'd rather be working than blowing bubbles. Big up Pity K. Really? Really? Oh, big up Wingus. Yeah, I was watching a video about what humans did before work. I'd rather be... Really? Pity K, you'd rather be playing... Pity K, you'd rather be playing fucking... you'd rather be working than blowing bubbles. You'd rather work than throwing a frisbee with your friends, between some friends. Really? You'd rather be at work than throwing a frisbee between you and some friends. That's kind of sad to hear. It's kind of sad to hear, I'm not going to lie. Big up Podcastables, the new chicken roll, sausage roll, Subways. What are you guys saying here? Looks quite cool. Okay, cool. You said random show, right? Okay, cool. Let me see. Random show live. Let me go to that email. Questions about Bryan. What? What did you send here? What the fuck is this? Hope it's not. Hope you didn't. Don't virus me. Please don't virus me. What the fuck did you send here? What the fuck is this? Hopefully just not no porn or something as well. It's not on the screen anyway, so it doesn't matter. What do you send here? Let's see. What is this about? What did you do, man? Honestly, I don't like gay ops. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like. What the fuck did you do? What the fuck did you do, 5-4 Rogan? I'm not a fan of gay ops, but what the fuck did you do? What the fuck is this? Hold on, let me get this on the screen. What the fuck did you do, 5-4 Rogan? What the fuck did you do? Let me get this on the screen. What the hell is this?
Yeah, so, I was over there, like, last week. You guys have a cool little club and everything. And I saw that, you guys are going to have Bryan Callen. He's going to be there this weekend, right? Yeah, I looked him up, and he's like he's an alleged rapist.
I don't condone this. I'm not going to lie. I don't condone this, but this is funny as fuck. I really do not condone this type of behavior at all. I really don't like this. I don't encourage it. It's not something I condone or that I will encourage anyone to do. This is very funny, but please do not do this. Please do not do this. Let's point and laugh. Let's point and laugh at these people online. Let's point and laugh and mock them for the things they say on pods. But let's not do this sort of stuff. Come on, man. Come on. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. If they fail, I want them to fail of their own misdeeds, of their own missteps, of their own fucking crimes. or or whatever else it may be. Let's not make them fail because we pushed it too far. I don't know. Anyway, you know what I mean.
Okay.
I was wondering, like,
Why did he laugh? Why did the guy laugh?
yeah, I looked him up, and he's an alleged rapist.
Okay.
I was wondering, like, are you guys are cool with having alleged rapists there?
Are you prank calling me right now?
I'm just curious.
Are we cool with having an alleged rapist in our club?
It's a good
Yeah, 'cause
question.
I looked him up, and
It's a good fucking question, though. It's a really good question. It's a really fucking good question. I'm not gonna lie. It's a really good question. AZ as a cop. To be fair, I think I'd be a really good cop. I've got too many illegal tendencies, though, right? I like a good deal that fell off the back of a truck, right? I like a good deal fell off the back of a truck. I love a good 5-finger discount, but I think I'd actually be a really good cop. If I didn't have that tendency to be a bit of a swindler, I think I'd be a really fucking good cop. I'm not gonna lie, but not like a detective, like an actual police officer on the street with a uniform on. Forget being a detective or whatever, or you know what I mean? Forget a DI detective shit. I don't care. I think I'd be a really good cop on the beat with a hat and everything, walking down the street. You know what I mean? Whistling and fucking twirling my baton in my hand. You know? Flirting with some of the local aunties. You know what I mean? Scolding some of the local crackheads for scaring the kids. I'll be one of those type of ones, you know? In the local community, you know? Secretly out at night, linking up with some of the fucking crackheads and doing bumps with them, you know? Scolding them in the morning and at night, meeting up with them. Yeah. You know I had to, innit? You know I had to. Yeah, it's all good, it's all good.
it said on the New York Times he's an alleged rapist.
Yeah, remember the whole Me Too movement? And everybody said everybody was a rapist?
So you don't...
He's never been charged or convicted, and he's actually been here before.
Wow. Interesting. Comedy clubs, is that what they're doing? Okay, that's good though, to be fair. That's actually a good thing. I'm not going to say that's actually a good thing that comedy clubs are saying, hey, he's never been charged or convicted, so we're going to keep him at the club. That's actually not a bad thing, I don't think, because it means that these guys' careers... Because although... Gun to my head, if you had to ask me, do I believe he did it? Yes. Gun to my head, if you had to ask me, do I believe that Bryan the Kid Callen allegedly may have raped somebody? I definitely believe that. If not, I definitely agree that he for sure may have, hara somebody, hara. Maybe he didn't rape them, but definitely hara. He's definitely a hara kind of guy. But if you haven't been convicted in the court of law, should you lose your fucking career? Should you not be able to work anymore? Especially in comedy. It's different if you work in a corporate environment, but in comedy clubs, come on, man. There's so many degenerates working in comedy clubs who've actually been convicted for stuff and they still have a job. Why can't he have one? So I'm alright with that.
And he's got a famous podcast, and he's in a lot of movies, and he still gets work, so...
Famous podcast? A lot of movies? Who the fuck is this guy? He's got a famous podcast. Maybe infamous? Wouldn't say famous. In a lot of movies. Like what? In a lot of movies,
Anybody can allege to be anything. And
you can be alleged to be a good fucking comedy manager. You can be alleged. This guy, it could be alleged that you're a good comedy club manager. But you're booking Bryan Callen. Is Bryan Callen selling out that venue? Why the fuck? Imagine Bryan Callen being the guy that you're willing to die on the hill for. Imagine Bryan Callen being your fucking your franchise player.
I mean, what if somebody said something about you?
Well, nobody. I would, if I did it, I would say I did it, but I haven't done any.
Oh, 5-4 Rogan. I'm not gonna lie, he kind of gagged you there. 5-4 Rogan. I'm not gonna lie, he kind of gagged you there. He kind of got you there. You didn't know what to say. He kind of gagged you. I'm not gonna lie. This comedy club manager kind of got you there.
I mean, what if somebody said something about you?
Well, nobody. I would,
He kind of got you there. 5-4 Rogan. He kind of got you. What if somebody called you a rapist, sir? How would you like it? And someone took away your livelihood when you did nothing wrong and you weren't convicted in the court of law. How would you like it?
did it, I would say. I didn't, but
Well,
I haven't done any
I know
bad
the guy.
things.
I know the guy, so.
Oh, you know him?
Famous kid. Yeah. Well, I mean.
Okay, well, I just read it from it.
Oh, you're backing down already. Farfel Rogan, you're backing down. The slightest bit of pushback and you're backing down. You should have been reeling off all the fucking hits. Look at the stuff he said in the past. It matches up have you read the account on fucking Los Angeles Times? It matches up the things that he said in the past about women. About they have a predisposed deposition or need to be fucking great. The fact that he didn't fucking vehemently defend himself. The fact that his own friends distanced themselves for him, which probably says more than anything. The fact that just before that he fucking got, what's it called? He got divorced as well. Maybe that led to something of it. Now there's so many things you could hit off. Come on, man. You're kind of backing down here, 5'4" Rogan. You're kind of backing down.
If you say he's not a rapist, then
No. I've talked to him about the whole thing, and it's just allegations are allegations. Doesn't mean you're guilty. He's never even been criminally charged with it. So you're just going off of stuff that you read that people say.
To be fair, that is a bit of a fucking slippery slope. If you're gonna be the whole like, if you don't get, it's only allegations. It's a bit of a slippery slope if you say it's only allegations. So that means nobody can ever get quote unquote cancelled unless they get convicted in a court of law, which is kind of dumb because we know how courts work and you can't usually prove these things easily in court. Sometimes there is a fucking thing. Sometimes if enough time goes by, you can't even file a charge for it or bring it to court in the first place. So to be on the whole, oh, he didn't get criminally convicted, that's kind of crazy. It should be more. The defense should be, hey, I know Bryan. That guy's my friend. You know, the defense should be, I know Bryan. That guy's my friend. I've known him for 2 decades. Our kids play each other. I know his character. He would never do something like that. Not, oh, he never got convicted. That's a crazy defense. I wouldn't want my friend saying that about me. I want my friend saying, no, I know Agostino. I know him. He would not do that. Not, oh, he never got fucking convicted in court. That actually makes you look guilty. Like, oh, he never got convicted. Like, huh? What does that mean?
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I guess I see what you're saying, but
Now, if he was convicted of something, then yeah.
what if it was your daughter that accused somebody of?
Uh-oh. He's getting back now. I'm gonna call it. He's hitting some good returns now. 5'4's hitting some good returns. That's a good clapback. He figured it out. Well done, 5'4.
What do you think?
Now you're crossing the line, dude. Don't even come to our club if you're gonna act like that.
What? Now the comedy club managers get on his high horse. Now you're hold on. You're the one booking an alleged rapist, and now the prank caller's crossing the line for saying, "How about if that was your daughter?" Nah. Now you're crossing the line. You're the one that's platforming somebody that's an alleged rapist. You're like, huh? That comedy club manager's, the comedy club manager's chimping out, yo. The comedy club manager's chimping out.
Yeah.
I just said, like,
what are you fishing for?
I mean, I'm not
He's fishing for this right now. This.
the one who's accused of anything. Alleged, I'm not an alleged rapist.
Why didn't he go to jail for it?
He says he also sued the husband of the victim.
Yeah, for defamation.
You know about that too?
I'm not living under a rock.
Oh, okay, well, this is all new to me. I wasn't sure if like all comedians are like this or.
No, dude.
No?
They're great people. They're great people, man. I do this for a living.
Comedians are great people is a crazy thing to say, bro. Comedians are great people is a crazy thing to say. The only people worse than comedians in the entertainment industry are DJs, and I'm a fellow DJ. So think of me as you will. The only professional people that are worse than comedians are probably professional DJs. And maybe I'd go as far as saying the top 3 worst professions of people in no particular order: content creators / live streamers, DJs, and stand-up comedians. And I'm all 3. But to die on the hill of like they're great people is absolutely insane.
I run this place. It's a great spot. And just because you're a comedian, it doesn't matter what you do for a living. You've got to be a stand-up person.
Well,
stand up. They do stand up comedy, but they're not stand up people. Let's just get that right. That's the whole point of being a comedian, no? Isn't the whole point of being a comedian is that you're a bit of a degenerate, you're a bit of a fucking horrible person, so you do that profession because that allows you to kind of lean into your degeneracy. This is a crazy thing to say. Their stand up people is wild.
Like you said, he's still around, so it can't be.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah. So okay.
I look forward to seeing. I hope he's as funny as he's, you know. Is he a funny guy? I've only been to one comedy show before with you guys. I haven't.
He's hilarious.
Yeah?
He's a good dude too. He's hilarious.
Okay.
Don't yell nothing out, okay?
Oh, no, I would be too embarrassed.
Big up 5 for Rogan. Let's not do that again, brother. Please, let's not do that again. Let's not do that again. Let's not do. Or you can do what you want, but I'm not gonna play those again. To be fair, as funny as that was, I think that's a bit. You know what I mean? Going a little bit too far with that sort of stuff. I'm not really the biggest fan of the GAY ops. I'm not really the biggest fan of GAY ops. Let these guys fail off the strength of their own failures and their own missteps, but let's not get involved. So yeah, big up 5 for Rogan, but let's not do that again. If you don't mind, let's not do that again. Okie dokie. Moving on. Let's do a little bit of comedy stuff. Let's do a bit of let's do a bit of comedy stuff. Let's do a bit of comedy stuff. First things first. Let's do this one. Brendan Schaub. Let's do that. Bear with me a second here. Let's do this. So, Brendan said recently on a pod, episode number 1190, that he's never removing his tattoos. Brendan Schaub said he's never getting rid of his tattoos.
Fair point.
But anyway.
No, I'll never get rid of them. Fair point.
But anyway.
No, I'll never get rid of them. Fair point.
But anyway.
No, I'll never get rid of them.
So he's never getting rid of them. Now, I had to remind myself why he would say that and what tattoos he has. And they're pretty fucking awful. The most awful one I think he has is definitely the one where he depicts his kids as rotting, decomposing, barely alive zombies. And the whole reason why he did that is because the story goes that one of his kids, I think maybe Boston when he was younger, would call zombies chombies, and he thought that was cute. So in honor of his child, in order of his son, he got a tattoo made of his kids as zombies. I get the whole chombi thing. Why not just get the word chombi tattooed on your fucking arm? Instead he had these portraits, which are really well done, by the way. Take away the fucking, you know, the exposed brain matter and all that stuff and the decaying flesh. Take all that shit away and all the scars. The actual illustration of the tattoos is really fucking good. Of the kids. It's really well done. So that's a real shame because he could have had just 2 nice portraits of his sons on his arms. But instead he had them decomposing. I'm never getting rid of them. So maybe Dev's connection with him, but I've never really understood this one. I've never really understood this particular tattoo. It doesn't really make much sense to me why you'd want your kids to look like they're dying on your arms, you know? Maybe there's another point to it that I don't really understand, but that was something that I thought was kind of funny. And then I also saw this video. I think it's a clip of him actually getting a tattoo, which I thought might be interesting to kind of check out. Thick Life. Remember when Brendan was a stand-up comedian? I think I remember there was a time when every picture that he took was him on stage holding a microphone. Like that. Like Comedy Life, you know? So it's really funny to see that we don't see that anymore now. That's completely disappeared. But there was a time in life when Brendan's entire personality was being a stand-up comedian. Standing on stage, microphone in his hand, you know, getting my sets and reps in. Getting in my sets and reps. Now this completely gone. This identity is gone completely. Even Thick Boy. When's the last time you've heard Brendan say the word thick boy or thick life? That's completely gone too. So let's check it out anyway. Let's check out the Thick Life episode. Let's check it out. Oh, and also this guy. Remember him? Do you remember this guy? Do you remember this fucking guy? Do you remember this fucking guy? That's a tattoo artist who crashed his I think, what car was it? Ferrari, Lambo or something? crashed his car because he was too drunk, ended up killing his friend in the passenger seat. But he's a really famous tattoo artist and influencer guy. And Brendan had scheduled a tattoo appointment with him the next day. And on the pod, he was really bummed out that the guy wouldn't be able to tattoo him because he was obviously, I think he got arrested or I think he went to prison if I'm not mistaken. But Brendan was more pissed off that he couldn't get his tattoo than the guy killing his best friend in the car. I think he even defended him too. I'm pretty sure he's like, oh, you know, these things happen. He's young, after the club. He defended, I'm pretty sure he defended the guy and tried to make an excuse for, oh, it happens, these things happen. And he literally killed his friend in the car. Oh, no, sorry. I think the friend was actually a YouTuber, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't the friend a famous YouTuber? I'm not sure the details, but I'm pretty sure this tattoo artist, he was driving, and his friend in the passenger seat was another famous YouTuber. And he killed him inadvertently, obviously, by drinking. I think they were both drinking, don't get me wrong. But yeah, and then I think he went to prison for a bit. And then Brendan on the next episode was really pissed off because he couldn't get his tattoo. Because the guy obviously, you know, was in fucking jail. But yeah, let's watch the Thick Life episode and let's see him get his Chombi tattoo. Oh shit, it's the same. What an episode. This episode where he gets the tattoo of his kids as rotting zombies is the same episode where he got himself a Ferrari. This is the best time, honestly. I love this era of Brendan Schaub so much. Buying yourself a Ferrari to prove the doubters, to prove the non-believers, to prove the haters that you're not down bad is crazy. Because that's what I think happened. I think he got fired by Showtime, was embarrassed by it, so decided to buy himself a Ferrari to prove to himself and to the haters that he wasn't down bad, that he wasn't struggling, that everything was fine. That's what I personally think. Now, he could argue and say, no, I got it because I went to flip it. Because soon after he got the Ferrari, he kind of sold it. So maybe he got it because, you know, there was some money to be made on it. But I personally think he bought the Ferrari to prove the haters wrong. To prove the Reddit wrong. Because word got out that he got fired from Showtime. Kind of wild. But let's play it anyway. It's just like, again, not to be that guy, but I have to be that guy. The reason why this was mad because it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would Brendan, like, why would something like Brendan be able to afford this? It doesn't make it. I mean, it's just such a nonsense car to get, especially with how shit the Fire and the Kid is, and how badly his career was going at this time. It just didn't make congruent sense. Like, I've always said, I think in life, you should always, I think personally, spend based on your current income level. Like, don't spend above your means, basically. And I also think success like this tastes way sweeter when you actually can afford to buy this. Like, when it gets to a point where your career is really popping off and you finally are able to buy a Ferrari, you're finally able to buy a fucking Lambo, it's gonna feel way sweeter than you trying to force it. And I mean, because like I don't know how it's a good example. I have some friends, right? Here's a good analogy. I have some friends from ends that I grew up with, right, who will regularly go out of their way to rent like big cars, like Lambos, Ferrari, like supercars, right, or like nice Range Rovers or whatever, right, and they'll rent them for the weekend to go out, take some girls out and shit, you know, just flex. And I've never agreed to that because I would rather get to a point where I'm making enough money so I can move out of my parents' council house, get my own crib, establish myself, and then be able to buy the car, then rent a Lamborghini and then have to go back to living at home. That'd bum me out, you know. But I know some people use it as motivation. So maybe that's what Brendan was doing. Maybe Brendan was doing the whole thing of like, okay, let me get this Ferrari, like how Rogan says, oh, buy something that's a bit above your pay grade, so that it makes you want to work harder. But I personally wouldn't want that because then the negative side is what happened to him with the fucking cars that he sold. You start to buy like 17 cars thinking you're a fucking baller, then your circumstances change, you're not making as much money, and then you have to sell that shit. That would break my heart more, you know. Getting to a point where I literally can't afford to keep up this appearance. Now I have to get rid of it. That would hurt me way more than not having it. I'd rather not have it and then get it when I can afford it, then buy it when I can't and have to sell it because I have to eat. Wow. They had money in it. Because this is before AI. So this was made by somebody. Of course, I think it's Little Brows on the song, but this was edited and done by someone. This is when they had, like, you can tell the difference. You can tell the difference when money is involved, because now he doesn't do any of this, does he? I don't think there's a single running video vlog series from Brendan, no? If I'm not mistaken. I don't think there's a single one. Everything's been fucking put on the fucking shelves. There's no kick, like, in terms of, like, you know, documenting what he gets up to. The only thing he does now is like Instagram stuff, like Instagram videos on Reels or whatever. But there's no more of these anymore because there's no budget for it. There's no budget for this shit. To be fair, that's one thing you have to give Chin credit for. Chin does a lot of things wrong. Chin lets himself get taken advantage of by Brendan. But one thing I have to give him credit for, he has put his foot down when it comes to this sort of stuff. Because I'm sure Brendan's asked him, hey, could you come and film me doing this? Like, no. I do enough already as it is. I'm not going to be your vlog filmer. So I think for the most part, the person that films this is somebody else. You usually hire some random person. But well done for Chin for putting his foot down and not doing everything, you know, because he already does everything. So well done to not adding one of these things onto your fucking plate that you don't need.
Do it big, you don't live twice. You don't get it.
Oh, big up Game Bread. Okay, cool. That's actually an insult. Yeah, that's actually a bit of a diss. It's definitely not Chin. Yeah, okay, fair play. That's actually true. You can tell straight away that it's not Chin because everything is framed correctly, you know? Everything actually looks decent. You can tell it's not Chin because it actually looks decent. Oh, that's a diss. That's crazy.
Chance to do it again. Let me show you what the thick life feels like. Thick life, thick nation. Thick life, thick nation. Thick life. Thick nation. You know we do it right, never do it light. It's the thick life.
Oh, you know, getting a little tatted up. Veteran of the tat. Not compared to these.
I miss as well the swollen face days too. I miss that. I miss the swollen face. Can you zoom in here? No, you can't zoom in on full screen. I miss the swollen face days. That's what I miss the most. I miss the swollen face days because he looked so fucking plump. Like he look like if you like pierced his face, like fucking donut grease would spill out, you know? Like if you pricked his face, donut grease would spill out. Cheesy fries juice would come out. Bacon grease. Like you can just tell, like, do you know what I mean? He was living well. But his face looks so it looks like it's about to burst, you know? That's how fucking juicy and full of fucking food truck food that looks. Big up Brendan. He was living well that back. This is pre-Ozempic. Pre-Ozempic, this is what Brendan looked like. For real. Now he'll lie and say he does 4 AM runs, which is a fucking lie, and all that shit and eating white. But this is pre-Ozempic. Pre-Ozempic Brendan was something to behold.
Not compared to these guys. I was gonna say veteran of the tag game, but not really. You know what? And I never enjoy them. Every single one.
Oh really? I didn't know that. Big up Apex Potter. Good law. He used to have that Kyle dude follow him around. So the Kyle dude that does after hours was a guy that used to film Brendan's vlogs. I had no idea about that, honestly. I didn't know Kyle that filmed the vlogs did the fucking Kyle that's on after hours. That is Kyle, right? The guy with the beard. That's Kyle. Or am I bugging out? Is the guy with the fucking massive beard and the one that owns the studio that they do after hours in? Isn't his name Kyle? The other guy that used to be Chin's best friend in Thick Boy is like Casey. The other dude is Nick, right? Nick is the one that does stuff with Theo. And then I think the other guy with the beard with the long hair, he's the one that owns the studio. He's the one that's called Kyle, right? I'm pretty sure that's Kyle.
Hurts. Whoever tells you they feel good are full of shit.
Get the tape.
Yo, big up Daniel Clements. Wagwan G, long time. Hope you're good. Big up Daniel Clements in the chat. Hope you're good, brother.
Hey, all tattoos fucking hurt.
I'm not using numbing cream like Chappelle did over there.
First of all, it's your arm. True, better not use numbing cream.
Oh, that's not Kyle. That's Mark. Okay, cool. That's okay. I don't know who Kyle is then. I don't think I've paid attention to. I don't know who Kyle is. Okay, cool. Beard guy is Mark. Fair play. Big up Apex Potter.
And numbing cream don't help that fucking much.
By the way, that's a great fucking t-shirt, and that's a really good hoodie as well from fucking Chappelle. He's a little bit what's that word called? He's a little bit performative and a little bit of a fucking he panders a bit too much to the, you know, I guess because he grew up with a white family and shit. I get it, but he's a little bit performative and pandering sometimes with some of his band t-shirts. But that's a really good fucking hoodie. If you know, you know. That's like an OG streetwear brand from back in the day, extra large. I think that's a special one. What photographer is that? Some big photographer, I'm assuming. But yeah, that's a really fucking cool hoodie. And that t-shirt's fucking banging. That New Order t-shirt's crazy. It's probably really expensive now as well.
Today we're at my shop, Captured Tattoo, here in beautiful Old Town Tustin. And I have the absolute honor of tattooing Brandon today.
Okay, so that's why it was really good. This guy's that's again, say what you want about the decaying fucking faces. That's a really good illustration. This guy, you can tell, I saw from the pictures, this guy's a really good artist. That's a really good fucking drawing. That is crazy fucking good. Just a shame that, you know, Brendan got a picture of his kids literally dying on his arms. Which maybe is the whole point of it, I don't know. But yeah, that's a really fucking good illustration. The line work on that, the shading, the colors, like, wow. It doesn't look like that on the skin, obviously, unfortunately. It's hard to really translate something on an iPad directly onto your skin. But still, that is an incredible illustration.
I'm chilling, man. Dan has a light hand. I can do this all day. Get tatted on my neck, ribs. I'm never going anywhere else, man. Light touch over here. Become light touch Dan.
Light touch Dan.
I'm gonna hand this over to Chappelle and he can finish up.
First one, like real tattoo I got was a football with a crown on it because I won freshman of the year my first year in college.
Yeah.
So I got football with a crown on it. The rest of my dad's like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? He's like, you know how you're gonna look when you're older? I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck.
Look at Toby, he's 51.
I was in Florida. One of my boys is Tim Tebow. We were outside playing football.
I don't think I've heard Brendan mention Tim Tebow's name in years, isn't it? I don't think I've heard Brendan mention Tim Tebow's name in. You remember he used to name drop his name all the fucking time? Because I think that was the time when he was like pretending to be Christian. Because obviously Tim Tebow is like a proper evangelical Christian, like, but he actually lives his raps. Tim Tebow at least lives his raps. He actually lives some of a Christian life. He's always giving back to charity. You don't really see him at fucking celebrity parties and events that much. Like he's you know what I mean? He carries himself a certain way. And I think that was when Brendan was hanging out with him a lot. I don't know how they know each other. Is it because they went to the same college? Forgot how they know each other, but they know each other somehow. And yeah, he used to name drop him all the fucking time. But you don't really hear him speaking about Tim Tebow anymore. I wonder if they kind of fell out or something. Or maybe Tim Tebow realized that, you know, Brendan's not very Christian with the way he carries himself. I'm not too sure.
It was me, Tim, Vinny Testaverde, who won a Heisman, played in the NFL, and another Heisman winner, and Tim's brother Robbie, who's his manager, he's my boy, and he busts balls. And we're all out in Florida playing catch with the football. And we're all sitting around drinking water, and he comes up and goes, "Football king, huh?" Around all those dudes, we're just like football royalty. I was so fucking embarrassed. Football king, huh? That's cool. Yeah.
My first tattoo, it was under here. It was like Gorilla Biscuits, but I had my friend's band right there, and the letters really like blew out, so I ended up getting the same design on my leg, but that was my first token entry. One of my first favorite bands from New York. I think my second one was this Gorilla though. Meet His Murder, 1988. It's so old.
Oh, my first.
You can barely even see what he's talking about. You talk about, oh yeah, my first one was this, my band. You can barely. It's just there's nothing there. Just a small, you know what I mean? You can barely see it. They're so old, and they're so fucking, you know, whatever. You can literally barely see what he's talking about.
That was my first token entry. One of my first favorite bands from New York. I think my second one was this Gorilla though. Meet His Murder, 1988. It's so old.
On my first tattoo, I was 19 years old. I got this.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm about to say black tattoos, man. They look so poor on the skin. I thought that was what he was talking about. I thought when he said my first tattoo, I thought he meant this. I thought that was just there and I didn't see nothing. That's my first tattoo. I thought he meant just that. That was my first tattoo. You can't really see it, but it's like a picture of a dolphin. That's my first tattoo. Unfortunately, it's on black. You know, black ink doesn't really show up on black skin too well, but it's a picture of a dolphin. You can kind of see it in the light. If I move my arm in the light, you can kind of see it.
I was 19 years old. I got this DS13, which stands for Demon System 13. It's a Swedish hardcore band. That's like one of my top.
Honestly, man. This guy, man. We get it, man. We fucking get it. We fucking get it. Oh my god. We fucking get it. Oh, you like bands? Well done, bro. Well done.
Top favorite bands of all time. But that was my first tattoo. And I should have got it a little bit bigger because my arms, you know what I'm saying? You see?
And I got tatted by the very talented Dan.
Why is he speaking like that for? What is he speaking like that for? Why is his mouth like that? Oh, what's on?
I'm saying, you see?
And I got tatted.
Is he high? What's wrong with him? What's happening? Is he just hungry?
By the very talented Dan Smith, and I think it went pretty good. It's always dicey when you're getting portraits, especially when you turn your kids into a zombie. This could have been a disaster. That's why I drove out here in rush hour traffic during a goddamn flood to get tatted by Dan Smith just to make sure I'm getting tatted by the best. Couldn't went any better, man. My son, he can't say zombie, so he says chombi. That's where the idea came from. So check out my chombi. Chombi 1, chombi 2. Perfect.
Went great. It was some really cool digital art of his kids, and it's always kind of a pretty good challenge with that kind of stuff, like trying to replicate every detail, and he got them pretty small too, so just trying to get all the details right, making a tattoo that'll last and look good forever. That's the name of the game. So yeah, a couple challenges, but pretty stoked.
Again, I just think figuratively getting your kids look like they're dying is a bit weird, you know? In terms of like, you know, maybe I'm a bit superstitious, maybe it's my kind of, you know, my evangelical born again Christian upbringing, but I just think figuratively, spiritually, karmically, having a picture of your kids dying on your arms is pretty insane. But hey, the Hollywood Improv, it says here Tuesday, Dan Cook, Nick Swardson, Hollywood Improv, you know, this is when Brendan was fucking living. Wednesday night, Brendan Schaub and Friends. Thursday, Whitney Cummings. And New Year's Eve with who? Orny Adams. Fucking hell, man. Comedy is washed, isn't it? The only person I'd want to see on that lineup is Nick Swardson. Imagine seeing Dane Cook nowadays. Like, no thank you. Whitney Cummings, no thank you. Brendan, no thank you. Jesus, man. Wow.
It's like a little speakeasy of comedy. Come on in to the green room of the Improv. Now, if you're tall, you're kind of fun.
What's up, guys? We're here at the Hollywood Improv. Brendan Schaub and Friends. We got Sam Tripoli hosting. We got David Ruthless Lucas.
You know what's really funny though? How he doesn't really talk to fucking Chappelle and Lacey anymore. Obviously Chappelle and Lacey does comedy, but it is interesting. He was super co-host on the show. They were quite close at one point, you know. Literally was a co-host on the show at one point. He never comes back as a guest, never calls in, nothing. Zero going on with Chappelle and Lacey. It's kind of interesting that someone used to be your friend, inner circle, did business together, paid him. He was there for you. He does not around him any. I think that says a lot about Brendan's character. I think personality, that this guy's completely disappeared from Brendan's life. I'm sure the feeling is mutual. I'm sure Brendan probably doesn't care for him that much anyway, but it's just interesting.
We got me, Chappelle Lacey. We got Bryan Callen, and then we close it out with Big Brown, Brendan Schaub, baby.
Hey, whoa, what's up?
Oh yeah, this is the guy that snaked Malik, innit? This is the guy that snaked Malik. Malik must be so happy now because he's doing really well for himself. I'm not sure how well this guy's doing, but I know Malik is doing really well for himself. So yeah, this is the guy that snaked Malik on his own podcast, I think, I'm pretty sure. Because he went to remain friends with Brendan, so he kind of ditched the pod and left Malik on his own.
Man, come on. Man, you see me, I got the little, I'm knocking over books. Got the Jordans on my feet, man. Camo, make sure you get the Jordans. You got somebody else coming through. Y'all know my boy Chappelle Lacey, he coming through. Now, if you look at me, you see I got on the fresh fit. You look at Chappelle, he's fresh. It's just a different caliber. Now this love is tight. Gear. New season. Whoa.
New season.
New season. Love is tight gear.
New season.
COVID was good for the improv because it looks really good.
There's no thing here. Sold out crowd. Schaub and Friends Wednesday night.
You know what's funny? Brendan complains a lot about Bryan not being silly and shit. But maybe the problem is that they're both not silly because Brendan quit stand-up. They don't have that one thing in common anymore either. Maybe that's a maybe that's a problem. Brendan blames Bryan Callen a lot for the lack of fun and vibes on the Friday Night Kid, but maybe the problem was him quitting. Because let's be real, the main reason why Brendan probably quit stand-up comedy, in my opinion, was that he wasn't comfortable, wasn't okay with the suck part of it, because everyone moved from LA to go to Austin. He was kind of excommunicated from the Comedy Store after the fallout with Bobby Lee and stuff, and just generally maybe being a bit of a douche. So he kind of had to do it himself. For once, he was left on his own, and he had to really work hard. He had no real connections or any favors he could call him, because everybody had left to go to LA. So go to Austin, sorry. And he wasn't probably happy flying to go to Idaho or to Arizona and perform for 10 people. He couldn't do it anymore. So he just thought, fuck it, I'm going to quit. But actually, inadvertently, him quitting was maybe the first sign that the podcast was over. He was the one that actually put the first nail in, because them not having stand-up comedy in common anymore probably took away a little bit of the show. Them not, every day, every night going out and trying to make people laugh probably took away a bit of the dynamism, a bit of the fun, whatever humor they did have on the show disappeared the moment Brendan became like a full-time dad and a mechanic, let's say, right? And a fucking wannabe mechanic instead of a comedian, because then he's not being funny anymore, right? Then he's just like a regular guy. And the one thing about Brendan, he likes a LARP. So whatever personality he adopts or whatever interest he takes on, he usually adopts the same personality. So because he's got the interest of being into cars, he's now got like a personality of a guy that's into cars. Because he hangs out with his kids and takes them to fucking ball practice, he's got that personality. So those personalities are probably not the best for podcasting. They're not conducive to be a fun podcaster if you're all about hanging out with your kids, being at home, fixing your cars allegedly. You're not going to be fun on the show. So as much as he likes to rag on Bryan, maybe the real problem in this thing of where the show is gone was Brendan quitting stand-up because he couldn't sell tickets, which then meant he wasn't going to be silly and loose and whatever on the show, which then led to what we got now.
8 p.m. here in Hollywood.
Packed.
What's up, man? We at the Hollywood Improv.
Did Elephant Graveyard kill David Lucas's career? Did the combination of Elephant Graveyard and Matan? Because I feel like I don't see him on my feed anymore. Am I the only person that I feel like I don't see David Lucas on my feed anymore whatsoever? He's not. I don't think he's on Kill Tony that often as well. Does he even still hang around those guys? I'm not too sure. I know he's got that podcast that he does where he's like fishing by the lake and stuff, talking to people. But did fucking Elephant Graveyard and Matan kill this guy's career? It's kind of crazy. Yo, big up Black American. Neither guest host showed up for the 1,000th episode. It's been Bren went to such a douche that could have been cool. Exactly. That's a good point, Black American. That's a good point. Chappelle Lacey or even Malik calling in after all that time would have been fucking fun. Would actually been kind of humorous to see how awkward it would have been. That actually could have been pretty decent. Or to have got fucking what's her name? Kat calling maybe. That would have been pretty decent too. Maybe get somebody else, maybe get fucking Keto George. Maybe Keto George was too soon after he got fired. Maybe that would have been too awkward. But yeah, none of those people came in. It just turned into a couple of hours of Brendan crying and screaming about Bryan being really good at stand-up and why doesn't no one book him, not knowing that he's the reason why Bryan's not getting booked. Big up Black American. The problem was that Bryan was carrying the comedy part of the comedy podcast. The crash that occurred without Bryan should have been eye-opening. Yeah, true. For a long time, Bryan was the only one trying to be funny, really. That's a good point. And Brendan would try to bounce off of him, but it didn't really work that well, to be fair. It didn't really work that well. What else are you saying in the stream chat? He's crap. Actors are the dumbest people ever. Yeah.
For Brendan, Schaub and Friends. I just got off stage. Sam Tripoli lit it up before I went on there. Then I went in there and put my foot in their ass. You already know. 2 Guns.
Sure you did. To be fair, for someone that big, that is kind of impressive, but it's really hacking it. That is really impressive for somebody that big to do that. But obviously, he was, you know, really fit at one point doing gymnastics. It just looks. I think bigger dudes. It's like a trick, isn't it? That bigger dudes do. It's like there's this one guy that skateboards really well and he's super huge. There's another guy that does parkour really well and super huge. But it's like, yeah, because they were really good at parkour and skateboarding when they were skinny. Then they just got fat. Doesn't mean you lose your skills. It might be harder because you're carrying more weight, but it doesn't mean you can't do a backflip. Because yeah, when you were skinny and young, you were really good at doing backflips, and you got bigger, but you can still do fucking backflips. But I do think it's kind of hacky, and it's weird too as a black person to do that sort of shit. It's almost this. There's something very kind of slavery about it, you know. It's got hints of there's something very Jim Crow about a black guy being on stage doing backflips. I don't know. I personally wouldn't want to do it just because of that, you know. What it kind of symbolizes, what it kind of looks like, you know. It's a bit why am I doing backflips on stage with these white people, you know. It's a little bit much. I get why he does it. It's fun, it's cool, but being black and doing backflips on stage for a room full of white people is a bit insane. Maybe it's just me.
To go up the stairs for the hours of late night time. Bryan's here. You guys have a good time tonight. Ready for your final time?
Fuck, you know, look at that glass. He's steaming here, by the way. He's probably a bit buzzed here. He's probably smashed here. He's making some faces already. Look at his face. Look at that fucking glass, bro. That's some free pour whiskey in there. I missed that era. I didn't take that. I took that era for granted. I didn't respect it enough. I didn't celebrate it enough. I didn't enjoy it enough. I didn't enjoy the Brendan Schaub alcoholic era enough. I should have celebrated it more. I should have enjoyed it more. You know what I mean? Because that was a special time. That guy was getting blasted every day. I'm pretty sure, don't know if I remember this correctly, but I'm pretty sure on the days he would film, which were I think like Monday and Wednesdays, because they released their shows on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I think it was Monday and Wednesdays. I think they filmed on Monday, Wednesdays, and sometimes Fridays. But I'm pretty sure on the days that he'd filmed two things back to back. They'd filmed Schaub's show and The Fighter and the Kid. And I'm pretty sure,
dude, everything they eat, bean cheese.
Yo, big up to Gamebred Football. Appreciate the 13 months, brother. You're a legend. Appreciate the 13 months. Big up Gamebred. Thank you so much for the support, brother. Appreciate the 13 months. You're a fucking G. Thank you for the continued support, as always. I'm pretty sure the era that Brendan was super drunk and all the time, he would take his kids to school in the morning on the school run, because he's like bragging about, I'm there for my kids, I'll take them to school all the time. So he'd take his kids to school in the morning, then he'd drive straight to the studio, then he'd record the shows, then go back home. So I've always wondered, how did he not get pulled over? How did he not get a DUI? How did he never get a DUI that entire time? Because he was, some of those episodes of Schaub's show, when you watched them, he was smashed. Some of the episodes of The Fire and the Kid, he'd be drinking Jameson's out from a bottle. If you've, you know, some of you guys probably don't drink booze and that because you're fucking sensible people. But if you've ever had Jameson, you would know it tastes horrible when you put it with a mixer. It probably tastes worse when you're drinking it straight from the bottle with no ice. He would drink Jameson's straight from the bottle with no nothing, no glass, no nothing, just straight. Yet somehow he never got pulled over. I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe it's driving while white is probably beneficial. Maybe it's at time in the morning, but it's actually a miracle. He should thank the gods. He should thank the heavens up above that he never got a DUI, because he was getting on it. He was getting after it. He was really getting after it, you know, when it comes to drinking. He did not play. Brendan went full alcoholic, man, which is kind of crazy. To become an alcoholic suddenly in your mid-30s is kind of wild. After not drinking at all, then to suddenly become an alcoholic in mid-30s is kind of crazy and a bit losery. But Jesus Christ, man. Brendan, you should get blasted.
This guy wouldn't be here without me. I pretty much hate him. And I love him to pieces. He's one of the best. Give it up for the thick boy!
Jesus, Sam Tripoli's built really weird as well, isn't it? No, is that the angle? Is that Sam Tripoli built? Why is his arms look so small? His head looks so big, and his body looks like it looks like a Photoshop, isn't it? Sam Tripoli's got the weirdest build. Like, look how massive his head is in comparison to his arms. Like, it looks like one arm is kind of deformed. Is it smaller than the other? I don't know if it's smaller than the other. I don't know what's going on there, but Sam Tripoli's got a strange build, man. Strange fucking build. But Sam Tripoli's oddly been one of the most loyal Brendan and Bryan fans or supporters in comedy. Maybe one of the only ones. But he's also very popular with like Rogan's crew, weirdly, you know? It's a strange one. Because I'm sure he's heard all the things and seen all the bad things Brendan's done and people said about him. He knows how much of a douchebag people think Brendan is. But he's still one of the most loyalist Brendan and Bryan fans actually in comedy, in the scene actually in general. I can't think of somebody else that's sticks by them as much, especially publicly and privately. He's so awkward, isn't it? Like no spud or anything, no height, because he can't do anything because he's got drinks in his hand. So Tripoli has to go for the weird hug. Usually you do a little spud, you know, to kind of exchange. Hey, thank you for the intro, man. Big up you, appreciate you. Brendan just goes straight for the mic and tries to walk by and then does this weird like hug thing. Drinking, isn't it? Drinking. Immediately, what's with the stage? Is that a thing you're meant to do on stage? Immediately when he starts talking, he gets into like zesty mode. He becomes a little bit gayer. Now, obviously, now he's like right-wing Brendan, isn't it? Now he's fucking right-wing Papa. He's always fucking talking about, you know, right-wing fucking talking points, but then always stressing it. Oh, I'm not right-wing, I'm not MAGA. It's like, brother, just embrace it. No, it's not even that bad of a deal anymore nowadays societally. It's not that taboo to be a fucking MAGA person. Just embrace it, man. But now he's staunchly against saying that he is. And he definitely would never do it because he, you know, has some very, let's just say very anti-LGBT kind of views. But it is interesting when he was a stand-up comedian, his persona on stage was very zesty, for lack of a better term. His persona on stage was very, he's like, yeah, wow. He's got that, immediately got that voice that he does when he's on stage. And even his demeanor, as soon as he grabs the mic and starts talking, he immediately just starts like FAGing it up, you know? He immediately starts FAGGING it up, you know? Straight away.
Used to have a model bitch, now I got a thick one. Yeah, I do. Last night went late, yeah, we had a...
Is that Browse trying to sound like Drake? Is that little Browse trying to sound like Drake? Yo.
Bitch, now I got a thick one. Yeah, I do. Last night went late, yeah, we had a...
Lil Browse's lyrics, man. What? Used to have a what? What's the lyric again?
Used to have a model bitch, now I got a thick.
Used to have a model bitch, now I have a thick one.
Yeah, I do. Last night went late, yeah, we had a...
He's a real wordsmith, isn't it? Last night it went late, yeah, we had a sick one. Lil Browse is a real Shakespeare out here, isn't it? He's a real fucking Shakespeare out here.
That's my time to be proud. She like them things, so I told the bitch come get some. Big boy anthem, they never stood a chance with us. Got their hand up.
For someone as narcissistic as Brendan is, right? For someone as narcissistic as Brendan is, the ticket sales must have been really bad for him to kind of quit all this, to quit getting this type of adulation, this type of praise on stage. The ticket sales must have been super bad. It must have been really fucking bad for him to just be like, you know what, I can't do this. I can't do this. It must have been really fucking bad that he would just leave and not come back. Because this type of shit that you'd imagine, like, where else does he get this? Where else does he get this type of dopamine rush? Where he's on stage performing in front of people and they're glazing, they're cheering and hooping and horror. He doesn't get it anywhere else. So the lack of ticket sales must have been really fucking bad. Like to a point where it was kind of, you know, untenable. Like he probably would get on stage and there's like 10 people there. That's the only excuse I could have for him not wanting to do it anymore, you know? He got on stage and there were literally 10 people in the crowd and he flew like 4 hours or something, you know?
None of them can handle us.
Showing off the Ferrari, lols.
Trying to die hero like I need everything big, super thick. From my wallet to my
It's kind of crazy. Brendan's the only one that does like even Tom Segura and those guys weren't like this with their cars, and they're way more successful. I do find that interesting. Those guys don't put their kids on social media as much as Brendan does. Those guys don't show off their worldly position as much as Brendan does. You know, it's like he's nowhere near the level of like Rogan and those guys, and you never see them doing this sort of stuff, making vlogs, zooming into the badge of the car, like flexing on the. It's like, it's an interesting approach. Which also makes me think maybe he didn't intend to sell it. Maybe he did intend to keep it, but things changed. You had to sell it in the end because you don't go to this extent, you know, zooming in and showing off your car if you're just going to flip it next week. Or maybe you do. Maybe that's the whole point. Maybe you get it to record like this to make it look like you have it, and then you flip it secretly when no one fucking notices. But again, the only lasting memory I have of this Ferrari era was when he tried to serve Francis Ngannou cold chicken sandwiches from the fucking trunk or from the front. Yeah, front. That's the only lasting memory. Brendan deciding to put the chicken sandwiches in the fucking front to show off the Ferrari. And they were all cold. Jesus fucking Christ. The easiest trick that could have been done, you could have just had them as placeholders there, but then gave him a warm one. Like order two. You could just order 2 sets. You could have just had that in the car and then had like a fucking hot one that you could have gave him in the studio that was already, do you know what I mean? Or maybe just order something else. I don't know. Just for the props, but yeah, whatever.
What's up? Just picked up the car. It's unreal, man. It's like a dream. I got allocated Ferrari. Your boy's in the Ferrari fam. I can't believe it. Flew my dad out. It's such a big deal for me and my family. Flew my pops out from Denver. We drove all the way down to...
Is it really a big deal for you and your family? And again, this is when he had 2 kids. Because now he talks about, oh, I've got kiddos, so I can't drive 2-seater cars. He was pretty, like, let's say he's pretty selfish and only thought about himself even during this time. So it's kind of weird to say now everything's changed because you have one more kid. But why is it important to your family that you have a Ferrari? It's important to you. Don't get me wrong. You know, when I eventually get my Lamborghini Urus, it's going to be important to me. But I think it's going to be important to my family if I have one or not. They won't give a fuck. You know, why would they? It's important to you, but this like, oh, important to my family thing is really bizarre. I guess you're trying to make yourself sound like a good person, I guess, because maybe there is a slight feeling of guilt because this money could be going to your fucking kid's trust fund. It could be going to your kid's college tuition fund. Maybe he says the money's already done. Maybe he would argue and say, no, I've already saved up enough for that. I don't need more. You can always have more. Your kids could always need more money. You never know when your time's going to be up. That money could be used for way better things than buying a Ferrari for yourself. You know what I mean? Just, it's kind of insane if you think about it. You have 2 kids and you're buying a Ferrari. It's kind of wild.
San Diego. It's been a long time coming. We've waited months and months, and here we are. I'm driving this bad boy back down to LA from San Diego. So I can't believe it, man. This is one of those bucket list moments. I love to share this with you guys. And unreal. On freaking real. So I will see you on the side.
Unreal again. You can't say unreal. Just say unreal. Why do you say on?
Unreal.
English is my first language. I'm white, by the way. He'll fight you tooth and nail if you ever call him Mexican. I'm white. But he can't speak fucking English. How is that possible? How is it you can only speak one language but you can't even speak it correctly? Unreal. But yeah, Brendan back in those days. There he is. Brendan back in those days. Anyway, let's continue. We did that one, right? We did this one about Brendan say he would never get rid of his tattoos. So let's get rid of that one. Let's get a tick on that one. Brendan self-soothes during a topic about MMA fighters giving themselves cauliflower ears. Brendan self-soothes during a topic about MMA fighters giving themselves cauliflower ears. Big up Chin for this one, by the way. Big up Chin for this one. Very clever. I hope that he kind of did this story on purpose, because obviously we know the famous story of Brendan admitting that he gave himself cauliflower ears by using a fucking, I think it was like a phone book and pliers or something, right? He meant to give himself cauliflower ears. So we know the truth. So hopefully Chin planted this topic on purpose, but I don't think so, because, you know, it's fucking Chin. But still, one can dream. Hey, what's happening? What's happening? I don't know. What's happened there? What's happened there? Am I online still? Am I online? Or is it gone offline? Okay, I'm still online. So I don't know what's happened there. Refresh that. What happened there? What? All my videos got removed. Whoa, what happened there? Every single one is gone. No. How'd that happen? Every single one. Holy shit. Fuck, what happened? Every single one. Let me check my email. Hold on. There's something happened. What the fuck happened? Oh, I know how. Oh, yeah, I've got some. Oh, no. I know what happened. I know what happened. I know what happened. What adult content that happened there? Adult content? What? Oh, yeah. You know what I did? You know what I did? Fuck. It says I got a permanent ban for adult. You know what I did? You know that clip? I played a clip on here about I played a clip about what did I say? The clip was the clip I titled it Freeway Glaze or Freeway Dick Suck or something. Oh, what an idiot. I titled the clip right and it was Brendan, no, who was it? It was Brendan Bryan and Nick. Yeah, Brendan Bryan and Nick on one clip talking about Rogan. And I said I think I titled it Freeway Dick Suck or something. That's why they banned it. Fuck. I gotta reply back. If you already paid and yeah, they cancelled it. Cancellation confirmation. Subscription cancelled. Yeah, I've got to appeal this. I have to appeal this. I'll appeal this later though. I don't have the clips on my computer still, do I? Do I have the clips on my computer? Or did I delete them? I think I deleted them. Shit. Do I have the clips on my computer still or did I delete them? So, in case you guys know, don't title videos, because I titled it in a way. I titled it like, yeah, Freeway Dick, but it wasn't actually a dick suck. It was just Brendan, Nick, and fucking Bryan talking about Joe Rogan. So they fucking took my account down. Shit. Yeah, my fucking Streamable account's gone. All my clips are gone from Streamable. I think I'll get them back though. I think they don't delete your whole account, but look at my Streamable. Look what it looks like. I tried to play a clip and look what happened. So somebody dinged my account, but I think it was because I titled it the way I titled it. So all my videos say that now. Video permanently removed. So they banned my thing. Oh yeah. There's always something, isn't it? Exactly, always something. Yeah, I'm a fucking idiot. I titled one of the clips "Freeway Dick Suck" or something like that. Freeway Dick Suck, and it was Nick, Brendan, and Bryan talking about Rogan. And I think they saw that and it flagged in their system behind on their back end because the file name was actually that as well. The file name was Freeway Dick Suck. So it probably got flagged on their back end, the AI, and then the complete burner. But I'll get it back. I'm sure if I email them, they'll get it back to me. I'm sure if I email them and explain it properly, they'll give me back their account. I'm sure of it. But hey, it is what it is. It's what it. I'm like, porn. Why would I be uploading porn to a fucking video? Like what? So yeah, I think that's what happened. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. But hey, I could be wrong. So let's continue. Yeah, exactly. Black American freeway glazing, of course. Freeway glazing would have been way better, but I titled it like an idiot. I'm pretty sure I wrote. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure it's in the notes here. I'm pretty sure I got it on my fucking doc. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I'll show you. Is it on there? Glaze? No, is it on there? Maybe it's on my notes. Let me show you. I'm pretty sure I've actually got it on here on one of these. You can actually see it on here. Actually, let me see if I got it. Bear me a second here. Oh my god, man. I'm a fucking legend. I am a literal legend. I swear I am. I'm a fucking legend. Okay, let me type this in. Let me see. I'm pretty sure if I write glaze on here, you'll see it. Is it on here? Nope. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong then, but I'm pretty sure that was the one that was the issue. Okay, maybe not. But I'm pretty sure I had it somewhere on here. Is it freeway? Free? Let me see. Way. Okay, it's not on there. Glaze. Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm mistaken there. Who fucking knows? Is it this one? No, it's not that one. This one. Alright, cool. Let me just do it anyway. I'll do it manually. I'll do it manually now. So let's go back. So oh, this is fucking annoying, isn't it, bro? Absolutely annoying. But anyway, these things happen. These things happen. So let's just do it normal. Let's just do it. Oh, let's have the other one, by the way. Let's have the other one. Do the other one. Yes, I have it. Cool. Not to have it still? Okay, cool. I got that one. I've got that one still. Hold on, bear with me 1 second. I have the file that I need to show you. Yay! Okay, cool. We still got everything anyway. I got it on my file, so I can still go from there. Do I have the fucking clip of Mark Normand on here? Yes, cool. So we can still do the show as normal. We just have to do it the manual way now because my account's gone. Bloody blah blah blah. So let's do it. Let's go this way. Let's do it from here. So what we're gonna do? What clip was I gonna talk about? What clip did we do just now? We did what clip did we just do now? Yeah, let's do Brendan's self-soothing. Brendan's self-soothing during a topic about the cauliflower ear thing, right? That was the one I was gonna do. Let me get that up on here and then we continue, yeah? Actually, no, not on QuickTime. I want to get up on VLC, please. VLC. Boom. Okay, cool. Let's do that. But yeah, right. I'll appeal the ban and it'll be fine. I'll appeal it and it'll be perfectly fine. I'm sure they'll give my account back. But for now, we have to do it the fucking ghetto way. Playing the clips on VLC at least for now. Alright, cool. Let's go.
So what do you think of this? People, I'm sure this has happened before, but this is a real thing where people are paying.
Keep going, Jen. I'll tell you.
People are paying around $80 to get cauliflower ear.
You could probably just do it yourself. The kids in Brazil did this because in Brazil, right? It's a sign you have money if you have cauliflowers. So to get chicks, they were taking phone books and pliers and.
Is it a sign you have money, or is it just that girls think guys with cauliflower ears are hot and dangerous and bad boys? So the guys that want to fuck get themselves put cauliflowers on their ears or whatever, or give themselves cauliflower ears so that they can fuck. Why do Brendan think it's about money? I doubt having cauliflower ears is like a status symbol in terms of wealth. It's a status symbol in terms of proving that you're a badass, that you fight, that you're a fucking rebel, renegade, gangster, whatever. That's probably what it was. Not fucking. Oh, it's because you're rich. What? Also, I love how he's describing himself doing it, but saying that it's Brazilian guys, kids in the favelas, kids in the fucking favelas. Yeah, exactly. Big up Rafael Quinta. Watching Schaub on VLC is nuts. Yeah, it really is. This is how high up my star is ascended. This is how far and high my star is ascended. I'm sat on stream watching clips of Brendan Schaub on VLC because my Streamlabs account got deleted and permanently banned for pornographic violations because I titled one of the videos of Bryan, Brendan and Nick Simmons talking about Rogan freeway dick suck. No, I've been permanently banned because they thought it was actually a freeway. We're watching it. They thought it was a freeway dick suck. Oh.
Flipping their ears so it looks like they do jiu-jitsu.
By the way, that's actually a poor system. Why wouldn't you watch the videos before you ban? You know what I mean? It's actually a poor system. You're only banning people because they titled the video somewhere. So if I titled it running through a field of daffodils, but it was actually a X-rated video, it'll be okay. So the AI only spots if you title it a certain way. They don't actually spot the content of the video. That makes no sense.
Oh man, it's like a status thing out there.
Yeah, but you don't know how to do any fighting.
But chicks dig it.
Yeah,
you say I retired and you're 14.
That's hilarious.
I like how Brendan's describing himself. By the way, self-soothing his leg, as you can see. That's one of his tells. But he's definitely lying because he's told the story before. He probably forgot because he's like, I think I said that I had a theory one time, which I kind of still stand by. That maybe Brendan doesn't lie on purpose like we think he does. Maybe he's like a dog a little bit. He doesn't really have much of a memory. Like every day is sort of like a new day. Like his brain sort of like resets a little bit. Don't get me wrong, dogs have memories, but you know what I mean. Like so maybe he's not really lying. Maybe he generally doesn't remember what he says the previous day. He's that redacted. Like his brain doesn't have enough RAM to remember what he did the previous day, so it just resets. So he just like every day is like a new day. So so when you pull him up or something, you'll be like, so if you was to corner Brendan and pull him up or something and say, but you said this thing the other day, you're contradicting yourself, he really genuinely wouldn't remember. I have no idea. What I'm saying today is what I'm saying today. What I said yesterday doesn't count because I don't remember yesterday.
So what's this? This is a prosthetic implant?
Hold on, let's see how they do it. Pathogenic microresistance. Oh, you're right. Holy shit. Rib cartilage or prosthetic implant that sidelines you for 4 months.
When I was doing
Warrior?
No, Navy Street. What was it called? Jesus.
Oh, big up young old vibe. Sure, buddy. I think you're saying that regarding the video title. No, I actually wish I was more of a gooner. But I'm pretty transactional with my gooning. Once I'm done, I'm done. I don't want to see that shit again. I don't. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna have clips saved and then uploaded onto a fucking, you know what I mean, video hosting platform. That's fucking nuts. I don't have any. I mean, I don't even have a like. Why would I have a clip? You just watch it, streaming it for free online. It makes no sense. But yeah, I messed up, man. I think I actually saved the file as freeway dick suck too. So the file name, like the metadata, was freeway dick suck. So for sure, they probably thought it was a freeway dick suck, you know. And it was a .mpv file. No MP4. It was a .mp4 file too. It was titled Freeway Dick Suck Rogan or something .mp4. But it's just an episode of fucking Firing the Kid. You know what I mean? It was just an episode of the Firing the Kid. I deserve it.
No,
movie you been in?
No, with Frank Grillo, the series.
The fight Kingdom. That's right.
And they would have to for the two wonderful actors. Jonathan Tucker is incredible. Can't believe he's not a star yet. And then the other guy,
he's doing pretty good.
Great. Yeah, he's great. And they'd make fake ears, fake cauliflower. And it looks so real. But it's all long, it's a process.
I told you Botched hit me up to do it.
To remove them though, right?
Yeah, to fix them.
Look at the sieving. Look at the sieving.
Would you ever want to remove them though?
No.
It's his brand, man.
It's not my brand. It's just a badge. It's like a tattoo.
Yeah.
That's a good point, actually. Brian actually got him there. It's actually is part of his brand. No, it's not my brand. What it is, because that's why you got them in the first place. You gave yourself fake, because like he didn't even wrestle that much, really, if I'm not mistaken. Like he wasn't really known as a wrestler when he was in the UFC. He didn't like to engage that much either. I don't really know why. You know, although he said he would. I think he always said that wrestling was his strongest thing, in it, right? He was never that really great at striking, but he said wrestling was actually, which is actually weird thinking back to it. Why did he never wrestle that much in his fights? All of his fights were stand up, isn't it? For the most part, all of his fights. I think he's got a couple submissions, but the majority of what I remember Brendan's fights, he was always standing up. He was always kind of going for punches and kicks and stuff. Not really kicks, but mostly punches. He really wasn't trying to take people down. Maybe he would have had a better career if he just would have went for the takedown straight away. Faked the right hand, went for the fucking double leg, and just fucking started mopping people down. Then maybe there would have been a chance of him actually being a decent fighter if he just did that and just grapple people to death all the time. Grappling wrestling, jiu-jitsu, grappling wrestling jiu-jitsu, grappling wrestling jiu-jitsu. He would have probably had a better time, especially given how big he is, you know. But he wanted to be Kane. He wanted to be Kane fucking Kane, whatever his fucking name is. What's his last name? Kane Vasquez? What's his name? That guy, that super big guy that was really amazing on his feet. Maybe he wanted to be him. Maybe. Not really too sure. But yeah. Interesting nonetheless. Interesting none the fucking less. Okay, next clip. Again, doing this on VC is fucking hilarious. Let's do Chin tries. Let's do this. TFATK defending James Franco. So James Franco, as you guys know, got cancelled a few years ago, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not really sure why. I think it was to do. Oh no, I think it was to do with students from his acting class, right? He used to do these acting courses, and I think some girls complained that he was either creepy or I think he fucked all the girls. I'm not really too sure what the controversy. I forgot. Let me just double check it actually before I talk here. Why did James Franco get cancelled? Because I remember Jonah Hill. Was it Jonah Hill? No, Seth Rogen. Seth Rogen was one of his best friends, and he kind of publicly disavowed him. They used to work together a lot, and he completely like cut him off. And he's kind of been, you know, he's kind of been on the periphery of the Hollywood scene ever since. But he's coming back now, I think. He's starring in some movie. But I think the first thing I remember hearing was that he had some sort of like comedy, he had some sort of acting class, course, school thing. And allegedly he was taking advantage of some of the girls there or fucking them all. And obviously during the height of Me Too, even if you were engaged in consensual sex with somebody, if you were somebody that was above, like in a power position, quote unquote, it was deemed as inappropriate. Because it meant like you're taking advantage of them, which I think is a bit sketchy. I think there's, you know, it's one thing cancel people for being Harvey Weinstein, but if you cancel somebody because they had consensual sex with a student, don't get me wrong, is it gross? Probably yes, definitely. But should you get cancelled for having consensual sex with like a student that you teach in your acting class? I don't know. You know, I don't know. Either way, let me see what Google says about his cancel because I've actually forgot why he actually got cancelled. What does Google say? What does Google say? Google says James Franco stepped back from Hollywood after multiple women accused him of using his now closed acting school, Studio 4, as a pipeline for predatory. Oh, okay. This is different. So the women are alleging that he used the school as a way just to fuck girls. And it wasn't actually a thing to get people into acting. Former students allege that he abused his power to push young women into participating in sexually explicit. Oh, okay, this is different. I thought it was just him fucking the students. But this is him doing the Noel Clarke thing. Noel Clarke is an actor here in the UK from Top Boy and shit. And allegedly he was accused of like making female students do like nude rehearsals. Basically like the acting couch type of stuff. No, casting couch type of shit. But real, you know? So making women do like crazy sexually explicit scenes, usually with him involved, or taking him back to his room to do like one-on-ones and then doing, you know, the classic kind of Hollywood creeper shit. Former students alleged that he abused his power to push young girls and women, into participating in explicit sex and nudity scenes under the guise of education. The primary reason for his career fallout included, in 2018, several women, including former students at his Studio 4 acting school, spoke out at Los Angeles Times investigation. The same place that brought down Bryan, funny enough. They accused him of coercing them into overt sexual situations and dangling potential movie roles to ensure compliance. That's different. That's not what I said. I said I thought he was just fucking the girls in his class, but this is completely different. Using fucking movie roles to, you know, entice them is fucking disgusting. The lawsuit, the whole thing is disgusting, don't get me wrong, but the lawsuit and settlement in 2019, two of Franco's former students filed a class action lawsuit against him and his production company, alleging sexual exploitation and fraud. In 2021, Franco agreed to pay $2.2 million to settle the lawsuit. Jesus Christ. Public admission in 2021, the podcast interview, Franco acknowledged the power imbalance and admitted to sleeping with students for his acting school, stating it was wrong. He later attributed his behavior to struggles with, oh my, again, same with Crystalia. He attributed his behavior to the struggles with sex addiction and has since sought treatment. It's always sex addiction with this guy. It can't just be you're fucking horrible people, innit? It's always sex addiction. It can't just be I'm a terrible human being. Please forgive me. I'm trying to make it right. You know what I mean? I've committed myself. I don't know. I'm being a religious guy or something, but it's always that sex addiction, which kind of saying it's sex addiction kind of makes it feel like you're not taking responsibility. You're blaming something else. You know what I mean? Like you're not taking it. You're like, oh no, it's not me doing this. It's my addiction. It's my fucking. I'm sick. You know, I'm ill. Industry fallout. The allegations caused him to step away from major Hollywood projects. He also experienced highly publicized falling out with longtime friend and collaborator Seth Rogen, who publicly stated he ceased working with Franco. After a multi-hiatus, Franco began working independent in Europe, of course, independent European cinema. In Europe, if you're cancelled for sexual stuff, you can always work here. There's never a shortage of roles and jobs for people that have been cancelled for sexual stuff in Europe. That's why I think even fucking Russell Brand, even if he does get found not guilty, if he wants to have a career again, just go to Europe. Move to Spain, move to France, move to Italy, you'll be fine. They'll take you on board. Franco, working in independent European cinema, and slowly started re-entering Hollywood mainstream. You can, Jesus Christ. Memories are short in Hollywood anyway. Let's hear what, I'm curious to hear what Brendan and Bryan have to say about this. I'm curious to hear what Brendan and Bryan will have to say about James Franco coming back into the spotlight again. Wrong one again, didn't I? Shit. Wrong one again there. Bear me a second. I want to open it on VLC as the better player.
kind of cool though too.
Okay.
Oh, this is awesome.
Yeah, so James Franco, the first time he's returning to Hollywood after, I think, what? It's been a long time.
It's been
a hot second.
9 years.
Yeah, almost 10 years.
Wow.
I think he's done his time.
Yeah.
Oh, and by done his time, meaning he shouldn't have done any time.
Jesus Christ. Of course they'd say that, right? Because you're sitting next to Bryan Callen. But I wonder, does he even know the facts of the story? Does he not actually know the facts of what actually happened? Of why he actually got cancelled in the first place? Or is it just like an automatic, whenever a woman accuses a man of something, just automatically the side of the man, even if the man's bullshit? Don't get me wrong, there are some women out there that are alleging, that are falsely accusing men. I understand that, but it should be case by case. Because if it's case by case, what happens then is that the guy that gets falsely accused, you have a stronger case. You know? People are going to band around you. But if men just like go on this how blanket, oh no, all women are liars, when the guy that has been accused of doing that thing actually gets proven to be the guy that did that thing, it then makes you look fucking insane. Because you're defending it. It makes you look fucking nuts for defending it.
I mean, he's
the guy who owns the acting studio is hooking up with the hot ones? Weird. Never heard of that happening.
But that's not what was happening though. What they're saying was happening was that he was coercing them into the fucking by promising them movie roles. That's a completely different subject overall. Coercing somebody into sleeping with you because you're promoting a movie role is completely different to them consenting to fucking you just because they want to. Maybe they'll do it because they, hoping that it'll it'll have them be in your, in your fucking good graces. But what he's been accused of and what he ended up paying, settling 2.2 million to, by the way, which I think is an admission of guilt. Because if that's me as a man and I didn't do that shit, I'm going to exhaust all of my resources. I'm going to deplete all of my finances to clear my name. There's no way I'm settling for 2.2 million if I didn't categorically do it. So the fact that he settled, in my opinion, is an admission of guilt. And obviously, there's many women that came out during that period of 2018 and 2019 and shit, who said, yeah, he was hooking up with us or trying to hook up with us because he was promising us these roles. That's completely different to consensual relations with adult women in your class, which is still weird and creepy anyway. It's not the most professional thing in the world, but it's very, very different.
Even the girls that said that, they were like, he's not Harvey Weinstein. It was just...
no, he was awesome. He digged us down.
And then you guys just kind of,
then went after him.
over. Oh, okay.
Again, it's always funny hearing it from Callen because Callen's got a daughter that's like 18. Not that it matters, because I really hate when people make that example when they say to men, oh, if you have a daughter, if you had a sister, like, you don't have to have empathy or compassion or understanding for these type of issues just because you have like women in your family. That's nonsense, right? You can not have women in your family and still feel it's almost like the only way you can feel compassion to anyone going through what they're going through in the world is if you know somebody that is directly like them in your family. That's insane. But I do find it extra interesting given that Callen's daughter is becoming or growing into becoming a young woman, and she's going to have to navigate the world and how hard it is for women, just in general with things that happen, with men and shit. And he's not at least a bit because most guys get a little bit more sensitive. They get a little bit more attuned to that sort of struggle because, again, you've got a young daughter, so you kind of see her as your baby all the time. But now she's going out into the adult world, into the real world, let's say, and she might encounter some of these monsters in some of her travels. You don't want her to, but unfortunately, that's the world we live in. And for him to be like, yeah, straight away, like defending James Franco, it's like, bro, how about if that was your daughter in that class? Is it okay for it? Like, would you be comfortable with your daughter hooking up with the acting teacher because she's trying to make it in Hollywood? Would that be perfectly okay? You got to do what you got to do to make it. You'd be totally happy with you know what I mean? With the teacher trying to coerce your daughter into doing some or exchanging sexual favors in order for the promise of jobs. Would that be perfectly fine for you? I don't know. He's a weird guy, Callen. He's a weird dude. He definitely doesn't act. He definitely doesn't behave like a guy that's got a daughter. That's the thing that's interesting to me. He definitely doesn't behave like a kid that's got a daughter.
People love it too. They're like, yay. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, so he's filming a prequel to Rambo.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
I feel like we're all set on Rambos, but I'll support him.
Yeah, me too. I mean, look, maybe I hope it's a hit. First studio blockbuster in years. Wow.
It's a strange movie for him to be. What is he going to be? Rambo. James Franco is going to play the younger Rambo. It's a strange role for him to play. Doesn't really make much sense, to be fair. I don't really know if anybody wants a prequel of a Rambo. I'm not going to lie. I don't really care for it. But Rambo is a fucking classic. Rambo is a fucking classic. Was it Rambo that I watched recently? I don't know if it was. Do you guys remember? Is it Rambo? The one where Sylvester Stallone wears like this amazing green jacket. He walks to some random town with just a bag, and I guess he gets in trouble because the local community doesn't like him because he's a loiterer. I mean, is it loiter or something like that? He's just like wandering around, and it's a town, and they're all very suspicious and very kind of they're suspicious of strangers and outsiders, and they get very cliquey, and then he ends up just having this all-out war with the local police force. Is that Rambo? I remember I watched that like a few months ago. It was really fucking good. I think I was smoking, so I don't remember much of it, but I remember he was 1 minute he's walking through the town with just his rucksack. The police officer is like being annoying and pestering him, keep asking him questions about who he is. The police officer eventually takes him in his car and drives him outside the city limits and tells him not to come back. Then he walks back again. Is that Rambo? It's really fucking good. It's really good, man. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. And he just fights the entire police force by himself. He defeats all of them. And he's like hiding in the fucking woods, in the mountains and shit. It's really fucking good. So yeah, I don't know. Those type of movies, man. When they're classics like that of that level, I think you just got to leave them alone. When there's classics of that sort of level around, you just got to leave them alone, man. You got to leave them alone, personally. But hey, I could be wrong.
Wow.
That'd be cool.
Okay.
Big studio movie, which described as first blockbuster project in nearly a decade.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, I hope it goes well for him.
Me too.
Jesus Christ. Hope it goes well for him. Brother, look at the allegations. Did you know are you reading any of it? I guess, to be fair, people like this don't really, even if they read the allegations, they just don't believe them. Which is interesting because like you don't know the guy, so why would you just believe that he? Don't get me wrong, I don't know the women, so why would I believe the women? But there's way more of them who have the same sort of story, you know. And nobody really came out to defend James Franco's honor. No one really came out and said, no, he's a great guy, he'd never do that. If anything, he kind of got the same way that Callen got excommunicated and no one defended him, the same way Franco got left. I think that says a lot about your character too, that no one comes out and publicly backs you and says, no, you're a good dude. The only person that really publicly backed Callen was Brendan in a way, because they've still got a show together. Even Rogan, one of his best friends from comedy, acted like he didn't exist for like 2 years after the allegation. So it's strange. But hey,
I think he's definitely done his time, right?
Okay.
Like, I remember seeing him. I was at
he's stupid talented
at
too.
the height of my kind of popularity, or whatever you want to call it. You know, I was at Sundance.
My height of my popularity, lols.
Film Festival, and I was there in a group, and I was with Danny. What's that awesome guy's name? Who was in? No, Eastbound and Down. Fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah, isn't he Danny?
Danny McBride. Danny McBride.
Yeah.
I just love him. He's such a nice guy, and I was just talking. We were just kind of there.
How often have you seen that guy now, though? That's the real question. When have you recently seen that guy now, Bryan Callen? That downtown and out person. When have you seen him now? That's the real question. Have you seen him lately?
And I was with a couple other people, and then James Franco got up, and he was just brighter than life, and he was just making the speech, and it was really funny. And I thought to myself, that kid has just he's touched by God. He's just such a lucky everything.
Then you blew that death whistle, and both you got canceled.
Yeah, that's right. Boom, and then killed him.
Yeah, I heard rumors that his brother didn't talk to him for a while, but I just looked it up right
gossip.
now.
Your brother,
what?
His brother's killing it. Dave was like, "I'll take it from here."
Really?
You know Dave Franco?
But how do you know that? That's gossip. How do you know the brothers? I'm not sure if that. Let's just Google that's true. How do you know they're not talking to each other? Let's see. James Franco falling out with brother. Let's see. James Franco had never had explosive fallout, but they intentionally distanced themselves from each other professionally. But again, that is probably a good thing. That's probably what a brother would do, in my opinion. Like, let's say you believe your brother, right? I think, let's be honest. I know I'll do that. I know I'd do that for my brothers. I know they do that for me. If your brother was incorrectly, right? Incorrectly. If your brother was falsely confused, right? If your brother was falsely confused, you would probably agree. You would probably, even as much as you'd hate it, you'd probably agree that for the benefit of both of your careers, for the benefit or the security of your family, because at that point I'd imagine you're both probably helping your family out. You've both probably retired your parents. You're giving money maybe to your siblings. You know what I mean? You're the main breadwinners of your entire household. So you'd probably be like, you know what? One of us has to sit on the bench for a bit because we're going through this shit. So it's probably better that we aren't seen with each other in public. You're still going to be cool. That's still your brother behind the scenes. But you're going to go out of your way to not be seen each other in public so it doesn't hurt the other person's ability to bring money in that's helping the family. That's what you do as brothers. You probably would do that. I doubt very much that they're not talking to each other in real life. But still, it doesn't mean, you know, they don't believe it, you know, but it just means that's what brothers would do. That's what, so you'd look out for your sibling in that regard. I think so. It says here, James Franco and Dave Franco never had a positive falling out, but they intentionally distanced themselves from each other professionally to avoid nepotism and the intense scrutiny following James Franco's 2018 sexual misconduct allegations. While there's no Hollywood feud or severed relationship between the siblings, the friction and separation between them was shaped by several key dynamics. So yeah, so there has been some distancing, I guess, publicly, but I would probably wager that behind closed doors they're probably still very close. I'd probably wager that. But it's just funny that he's trying to make it seem like, oh no, it's perfectly fine. Nothing's. It would still cause some issue. Because also as a brother, if you think your brother did it, you'd also be pissed. You'd be like, hey man, like this is our boy. This is our ticket out of whatever. We're supporting our families. We're living our lives through this. Why would you fuck this all up? Why would you put my career in jeopardy because you're too horny? You know. So that could also happen, but you know they don't believe it because Bryan got accused. So it is what it is.
Dave's killing it. You know, you'll see him killing it.
See his face.
Was he on Secession or whatever the fuck it's called? Killing it.
Oh wow, that's his brother.
Yeah,
crushing it, dude. Good actor too. Good looking kids, huh? Good looking boys.
Yeah.
Huh.
Good looking boys. Of course they can't grape somebody. It's impossible. They can't grape anybody. They're too good looking. Why would they grape anybody? They're really good looking. Why would they grape? They're really good looking. That's the type of thing these guys thinking. Honestly, these type of guys, man, they're the fucking worst. They're the fucking worst. But anyway, there we go. We got that one out of the way. Next one we need to get out of the way is Brendan self-soothing cauliflower. We spoke about it already. Let's do the chin one. This is really fucking sad. Chin tries to float the idea of taking a week off for vacation. It goes just as well as you think it does.
Yeah.
It goes just as well as you think it would go. Thoughts and prayers go out to Chin.
Agree.
Yo, grown baby golf, Wagwan GG. Grown baby golf, Wagwan.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I agree. And by the way, I loved Hawaii's gorgeous. I get it. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's great.
It's gorgeous. But Florida's a lot closer. It might not be quite, but it's pretty nice in Florida if the beach is your thing.
It depends. Like if you're there with the kids, you think the kids give a flying fuck if it's
at all
Hawaii sand or Florida sand?
What?
Or
and let's be honest,
that's such a dumb criteria for not going on holiday or for not visiting other places. We have sand in Florida. We have sand in Miami. There's also sand in Austin, I'm pretty sure. Does that mean you shouldn't go to another sandy location, another beach in another country, in a place around the world? You shouldn't travel. We have restaurants here. Why would I bother going to Italy? Why would I be going to France? Why would I bother going to Spain? It's just better off just saying, look, I don't like traveling. Simple as that. But the idea that you don't go to places because you have the same thing here is just dumb. It's really ignorant. Just say, because some people just don't like traveling at all. Like, I'm finding I'm becoming less and less open to the idea of traveling to like South America for like, you know what I mean? It's just a flight. The flight really bums me out. It's the whole process because it's basically 24 hours you're taking to get there. When it includes the anxiety before you go, double checking if you got all the right stuff, traveling to the airport, getting through fucking security and immigration and checking your bank and it's all hassle. Once you get there, it's perfectly fine, but the journey there is horrendous, right? Horrendous. But this guy should just be like, hey, I don't really like traveling. Just be honest and say, I don't really like to travel that much. I'm more of a homebody. Instead of being like, oh, we have restaurants and cafes here. Why would I go somewhere else? We have beaches here. Why go to Hawaii? It's like, also, it might just be a weird cope. Like, you just can't afford it. So you tell yourself, what's the point of going there? Because it's shit. You know, it might be one of those. Maybe he's just doing one of those things. Maybe he generally can. Maybe that's the one thing that, maybe that's kind of explains. Maybe that's the difference, maybe, because maybe Maybe that's an indication of them not being cash rich. Because I've heard some people float the idea, because I've always wondered, how the fuck does Brendan spend all this money and the shows aren't that good, right? Not that successful, not that good. How are they still doing so well? And somebody floated the idea that the reason why is because everything's financed, right? Everything is financed, everything's like a bit print, but you can't really do that with holidays. You have to pay that bad boy up front, you know? There is no fucking financing or Klarnaing a holiday. You have to pay for the flights, you have to pay for the accommodation, you have to take the spending money. So if you've got a large family like Brendan has, that's a lot of money. So maybe that's why he does this whole like anti-traveling, anti-going anywhere outside the United States thing, because he generally cannot afford it. Unless it's just him and his wife, or just him going by himself, but he really cannot afford to take his family away because it costs a lot of money. That could be. That could be.
You're going for the kids.
Yeah, what else? I mean,
but yeah. Yeah, I if I can fly not at all or just a little bit.
My thing is customs. They still haven't figured it out.
But how about just all of it? Like just the TSA. Just
You can keep all of it. Are you doing anything this summer? Any plans, Chin? You have anything?
I'd like to go visit my family and friends again. Just
I feel so bad for him. He can't even say it with his full chest. He's looking down like a little child. He's looking down like a little child. Look at him. He's like a child. Because he knows Brendan's not going to allow him to go. He knows Brendan's going to fucking put his foot down and says, you're not going anywhere, bitch. Week off. You want to take a week off? We have TFATK to record. We have Big Brown Breakdown to record. And whatever other shit. He knows he's not going to be there. He's all sheepish and shy. Brother, you're nearly 50. Say it with your fucking head. Say it with your fucking chest. Fucking chin up, mate. Chin up and say it with your whole fucking chest. I'll talk to you later about it, but I kind of want to take a bit of a week off. To go visit some family and friends, but we can discuss this later. Because they love having these like team meetings in front of the camera, which is also really weird. And kind of manipulative a little bit in a way, I feel like. Kind of manipulative because you know you're on camera. I feel like, you know. Because it wouldn't surprise me, Brendan type person that doesn't like to have these meetings away from the cameras, because it gives them a chance to kind of quickly move on. Because you can't really linger on this topic. You can't really like ask why I can't go and have a back and forth and, you know, fight your case and shit. So it kind of puts you in a corner. You know what I mean? It kind of, I don't know if he does this on purpose, but again, Chin man, say it with your chest, bro. Say it with your fucking chest.
I'd like to go visit my family and friends again. Just
In
like
LA?
for a weekend. Yeah.
That's easy.
Yeah, that's easy. I mean, 13th to 20th though. You guys want to just go dark?
Sure.
We can take a break.
Oh, that gap. Oh, we can take a break. Brian said sure because Brian fucking hates doing the podcast anyway, right? Brian was very quick to say, sure. I'd love that. Sure. Brian fucking loved that idea. Brian loved the idea of taking a long break from TFATK. But Brendan was like very, very, sure. I guess. Brian didn't like that. Brendan didn't like that too much. There's a bit of a pause there.
I mean, 13th to 20th though. You guys want to just go dark?
Sure.
We can take a break.
That'd be kind of cool just to have a week off.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, I'm going to miss.
He fucking chickened out there. He chickened out there, didn't he? But either way, should have left it there. Should have left it there, Chin. You should have left that week off linger. Leave it there. Be quiet. Be quiet. That's how you negotiate. You say your thing, then you just leave it. Leave that space. Pause. Don't say nothing again. But anyway, nervous. No, you should have left it there. Take a week off. That's more than what you deserve, mate. You deserve more than that. I don't think this guy's ever taken a sick day. He's definitely been sick throughout that time because he eats literally like he's a dumpster diver, right? So I'm sure he's definitely been ill at some points. He's never taken a day off, even when he's ill. Even when he's fucking ill. I think even when he had COVID one time, he was still working. Working from home, but he's still working when he had COVID. Fucking hell.
That'd be kind of cool just to have a week off.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, I always miss like working, so.
We'll still have Big Brown Breakdown, but.
I always miss working. But anyway, I love working so much, so why would I need a holiday for a week? What's the point of visiting my friends and family for a week and being recharged by seeing my loved ones and connecting with them again? why would I take a week off from this place that might actually serve me better and might actually make me more reinvigorated when I come back, because it'll give me a break from this laptop, it'll give me a break from the studio, a break from you fucking guys. Why would I bother doing that? Anyway, I love working. It's fine. I love working 12 hours a day, 18 hours a day, just because I'm very inefficient in what I do and maybe not that great. And I also don't have much of a social life because I followed you guys here to Austin, Texas from LA, even though I should have stayed in LA, but I couldn't stay because I probably couldn't find a job there because, you know, even though I've got a lot of experience, I've been working for you guys for 15 years, and probably people look at it as like I'm not ambitious, or they look at my work and think it's stale and not good. And now things have moved on really quickly. Now there's AI, now there's fucking this whole clipping culture and generation of kids who are clipping 1 million shows from the comfort of their bedroom, making 6 figures, and I can barely camera switch one show. There's kids out there who are making clips, hundreds of thousands of clips per year from several different podcasts. There's some people that are managing, they're producing a podcast remotely on OBS in a whole different country, whole different continent from the person that's hosting it. They're running 7 shows at once, and I can barely run one show. But I love my job. And you guys obviously love me. So forget my fucking vacation. Forget my week that I want to spend with my family and friends. A week where I may have stumbled across the love of my life. A week where I might have some of the most, I might have some of the most nourishing, soul refreshing, soul nourishing experiences with my old friends that might actually make me feel reinvigorated to come back and attack this podcast properly. Forget that week. I'll just stay here. It's fine. I love working.
Fun kid. I don't think we've ever taken a week off. Sometimes a break's good.
We also have bank some stuff.
Yeah, we can always have one episode.
We can always bank. They never bank stuff, by the way. They don't like recording things. I don't know why, but they don't like recording things that don't just go straight out. They're a bit lazy in that regard. They don't like recording anything, because recording banking stuff would require them bringing a change of t-shirt, so it doesn't look like they recorded all the same things. But that would be too much work. And also, why bank 2 episodes when you can just go dark and replay old ones?
True.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, but no crazy plans. I want to actually check out the lake here though, even more. I only went there once.
Lake Travis?
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah,
me and Tiger been going.
He lives in Austin, Texas. He's only been to Lake Travis once. What? Is it because he's lazy and doesn't want to go, or because he generally has no time and he can't go? He's only been to Lake Travis once ever since he's lived in fucking Austin. Once. So I guess he's trying to give them a little bit of a olive, like, hey, okay, I won't go back to LA, but I'll be here. Can I just have some days off to go to Lake Travis? It's almost like he's trying to give them a. He's almost just trying to ask Brendan, okay, cool. Maybe a week is too much. Maybe for all of the years that I've been working every single day in this fucking pod, 1 week is too much. I get it. Can I at least have 2 days just to go to Lake Travis?
Fishing at night.
What?
Yeah.
You catch anything?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Bass.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of bass up in here.
Yeah, our neighbor Chris takes his side to Everett, and we go at like 8 o'clock at night, and he has one of those. He puts a green light.
Track the little bait fish.
Yeah, but it gets all the little fish in, and then the big fish in.
You can tell his mood has changed a little bit ever since they're talking about. He's still thinking about not being able to go on holiday. Is it me? You can tell his mood's changed. I know he looks a little bit dour all the time. Chin always looks like he's got a face for someone that just sucked a lemon. I know, but he does look kind of sad. His mood does look like it's changed a bit, innit? He's like contemplating, like, fuck, I can't even take a week off for real. You won't even let me take a week off. All the years I've given you of labor, of loyalty, of hard work, no complaining, and you won't even give me a week off. He's contemplating that, like, you won't give me a week off, motherfucker.
Track the little bait fish.
Yeah, but it gets all the little fish in, and then the big fish in, and we just fucking reel them in, baby.
That's awesome.
We put them back, but yeah, we fish.
Yeah, bass.
Poor, innit? So yeah, Chin can't go. Chin cannot take a 1 week vacation from TFATK. Brendan even said in the beginning, oh yeah, TFATK baby, but we'll still do big brother breakdown. So he's gonna probably give him the week. He's probably gonna give him the weekend off, I think, still. But he's gonna make Chin come in still to record Big Brother Breakdown. So you have to work 1 day in that week, which is still a piss take because it's his show. So Brendan doesn't want to miss out on the money. He can't afford to not record his Big Brand Breakdown, because that's the thing. Brendan's very cheeky in that regard. I'm pretty sure Brendan's got his own sponsors and his own sponsorship deals sorted out for Big Brand Breakdown, or maybe just the AdSense. But I'm pretty sure he has. I'm pretty sure Brendan has his own sponsors for Big Brand Breakdown. So he's, especially now since he sold his house, sold all his cars, he probably can't afford not to fucking stream, not to record a show. He has to record it. Which is why it's like, no, you're going to come in and record fucking Big Brand Breakdown. Firing a kid, if you want to take a week off that, fuck it. I don't give a fuck about that. But you're going to have to come in and record Big Brand Breakdown. I need that shit. Which kind of defeats the whole purpose of having a week break. You want a week break to really reset yourself and come back refreshed. Even Rogan does that a lot, innit? Rogan will just go on vacation. Obviously, he does it more for security reasons. He won't just tell you when he's going. He'll just reappear after not uploading for a while. But they used to do it before too. They would take like a break. No, we're taking a break. Give everyone a recharge. Especially after you're filming back-to-back 3-hour fucking podcast. But Brendan can't give Chin. He's one of his loyal, the most loyal, not one of his, the most loyal soldier that he has. Because Bryan, I think Chin's even more loyal than Bryan. If Bryan got reaccepted, if Bryan got accepted back into Hollywood the way James Franco is, and he suddenly started getting gigs and acting situations, he would quit this show so fucking fast. Although this show has held Bryan down and been maybe the most consistent thing he's had in his career aside from stand-up, I think Chin would be, if Chin got a big offer from some big studio or for some big podcast to come and be a producer there, he wouldn't go. He stayed loyal to these guys. If Rogan came up to Chin and said, hey, young Jamie's retiring, I want you, he wouldn't go. He'd stay loyal to fighting the kid. Whereas Bryan, if Martin Scorsese's called him up tomorrow, he's quitting this show before the guy hangs up. So Chin is super loyal, but he still doesn't get any favors, any love from fucking Brendan. Brendan's still forcing him to come in. Bullshit, man. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Big up MC. Chin works every day, does everything. Then Brendan goes to podcasts, says he does everything. Exactly. Nick can fill in for Chin. True. Nick can fill in. No, but I don't know. Maybe he can't. Maybe his contract doesn't allow him to. I'm not so sure. Game bread, fishing, exactly. Sucks something else. More like Chin's hilarious. Chin dying for some condom fish. Yep, exactly. So Chin unfortunately cannot go on holiday. Chin unfortunately cannot go on vacation. And even if forget visiting your family, because maybe he's saying that to kind of pull at Brendan's heartstrings. Hey, it's my family, man. Please let me go back home. Forget saying it's your family. Just say you need a fucking break. That's perfectly fine. Just say you need a break. You need a break, and simple as that. It shouldn't be, oh, you need a break and I'm going to give it to you because I heard you're going back home to your family. What if I'm not? What if I just want to stay at home? Scratch my fucking ballas and then, you know what I mean? Like, what's wrong with that? I don't think there's anything wrong with that personally, but hey, I could be wrong. Anyway, another Chin thing. You're going to love this one. You're going to love this one. Chin went on a date. Chin went on a date. Chin went on a date. Yes, you heard that right. Chin went on a little date and he posted it all over his fucking Instagram. Chin went on a fucking date and he posted it all over his fucking Instagram, and I managed to pull it before it went away. This was on Chin's Instagram stories.
Rap Tesla, the dick sucks for Chin.
You didn't mention it.
Hold on, one sec. I managed to get it before it went away.
Great.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Do I got it? Do I have it? There it is. Tweaking? Where is it? There we go. No, there it is. Chin on a date.
This is finally.
There we go. Chin went on a date and I managed to get it before it got deleted. I'll show you it. He went on a fucking date. Big up fucking Chin. He went on a little datey. With allegedly this girl's from England. Oh no, she lives here, I think. She lives here. Was it early dinner with whoever her name is, aka Snickers, before she heads back to London. So this girl is heading back to actually I think we seen her before. I think we saw her before. It's the white girl with the dark hair. I think we saw her before, but I think Chin went out with her and her friend. But it looks like, they got a bit cozy over dinner and shit. Let's play the video.
Came out years ago. I don't know what she just did there, but
you know what she did there, Chin. Come on, Chin, man. Take the hint. She looks a little bit tipsy as well. She looks like she's having a tongue. Look at that. She's got a little tongue out. It's a little sign, Chin. It's a little indication, maybe, that she's having a great time. She's enjoying your company. Maybe she wants to lick something besides a wine glass. Maybe. That could be indication. or she's just having a bit of a cheeky time. She looks a little bit tipsy. Her cheeks are red. She's got that little giggle going on that girls get when they drunk a bit of wine. But Chin's like, I don't know what's going on there. I have no idea what's happening here. No idea. Come on, Chin, take the hint, bro. She's sitting with you in this lovely restaurant, sat by the window, great seats, just you two facing each other, eating pasta and shit. Ugh. Chin. I don't know what she's doing there. I don't know. Yeah, I bet you don't. I bet you don't, mate.
Finally came out years ago. I don't know what she just did there, but it's awesome.
I love how he's zooming in on the food. I love how he's zooming on the food instead of like gassing her up a little bit. I'm on this dinner, we're having an amazing food, but my company is even more amazing. She's one of my best friends. Always enjoy her company. I'm going to be sad to see her go back to London, but we're going to have a great time digging into this food. See you guys. I mean, I don't know. Gas her up a little bit on camera. Matt Chin spending more time recording the fucking linguine on the table. Right? He's like, look at this food. It's like, bro, gas up the girl in front of you, man. Or just put the camera down in the first place. Put the fucking Instagram stories down in the first place and talk to her, maybe. Chin's out here zooming on the fucking apple crumble. Look, custard. Look, dessert. Look. Pasta covered with cheese. Bro, stare at her.
I hope you don't mind me recording them. I'm just like presentation.
Yo, she giggling, bro. She giggling. And again, I don't think fucking Chin is Dave Chappelle. I don't think anyone else would say that. But she's giggling either because she generally finds Chin funny. She finds him funny and she likes him. Or she a bit tipsy. Either way, these are all good things. She's having a blast. Chin's out here just recording. Fucking hell, Chin. Look at that. One of the pictures. Very close there, I think, no? They actually look cute together, I'm not gonna lie. They actually do make for a cute couple. But Chin just doesn't, you know. Chin's more worried about the fucking recording the sommelier. Chin's more worried about recording the fucking waiter opening a bottle of wine than he is about ensuring he does this, you know? It takes the next step or something. But they actually look like a cute couple. They actually look like they would make for a cute fucking couple. They're in the pub having a pint. Look at that. Look how close she is. I don't know about you, but women are usually kind of picky about their personal space. I don't think a girl's going to be leaning all over your shoulder like this if she doesn't feel at least comfortable with you. Or maybe slightly interested. Maybe it's friend zone. Who knows? Maybe Chin's been friend zoned and there's nothing happening there. But I don't know. I get the feeling that, you know, somebody heading back to London who's just visiting America and spends their last few hours with you, that's probably a reason why. If a woman's going to spend her last few hours in America before she flies back to her new home in London with you, I think there's a reason why. If they're willing to put their shoulder on your chest, on your shoulder, their head on their shoulder like this, I think it's because they maybe are okay with you as a person and they might even like you as a person. They may. But does Chin recognize that? Nah. Chin don't recognize shit. Chin's there, chilling. Another picture, by the way. She's even closer now. She's even close. Look how close their fucking cheeks are. If Chin just turned around and kissed her on the cheek, she would, If Chin turned around and said one more and went, woohoo, that shit would ramp up. Her fucking Apple Watch would start fucking pinging. Her Apple Watch would be like, her Apple Watch would start alerting her about her heart rate, bro. If Chid turned to the side and just kissed her on the cheek and said, I'm so happy you're here with me right now. I'm so happy I got to see you just before you left. It really sucks that you're leaving, but I'm happy I got to spend some time with you. I've missed our conversations. I've missed our chats. You make me laugh so much. Woohoo! That watch would be ding, 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 dinging. But instead, Chin just takes the picture and stares right back at his phone again and presses upload. He just stares right back at his phone. He probably took that picture and went right back to uploading it. And she just sat there twiddling her thumbs. He should have took that picture and be like, oh my god, look how cute we look. Do we make for a cute couple? Imagine our kids. You know? Those type of little jokes. Oh my god, look how cute we look together. Don't we look like we're on a fucking honeymoon or something? Is this a date? You know, I don't know, man. Come on, Chin. Do something. By the look what he put in the caption. By the way, all these spots were awesome and very close to walking distance from each other. We don't care, bro. We don't fucking care. You should be putting that caption. Oh my god, spent the best time with one of my bestest friends. I'm gutted she's leaving.
Do you have a gun?
Yo, big up Addy Z.
She out here Fing Chan.
Exactly. You hope so, but I don't think so. I'm gonna play you a clip later of him talking about this on the Friday Kid. I don't think nothing happened. I don't think Chin did anything. I think Chin might be a bit gun shy. I think Chin might be a bit trigger shy. That's it. I think Chin might be trigger shy. Cause think about Jobbo. Try to remember our streams try to remember the streams I used to do going over Jobbo's vlogs. Jobbo was very forward. I think that kind of freaked Chin out. Remember Jobbo would be jumping around the house, looking amazing by the way, in a little small tops with a little socks pulled up high, wearing those little fucking cute boxers that girls wear sometimes. Jobbo would be letting it know what time she's on. Jobbo was, you know what I mean? I think Jobbo, not to be crass, I think Jobbo exhausted Chin. I got the feeling Jobbo exhausted Chin. I think Jobbo had like a, do you know what I mean? She had needs that needed to be met often. But it wouldn't surprise me if Jobbo probably made the first move. It wouldn't surprise me if Jobbo made the first move on Chin. It wouldn't surprise me. Chin seems like he's a bit trigger shy. You know, he doesn't really know what, you know what I mean? He kind of like, it kind of has to be really obvious, you know? She has to place her hand on his fucking crotch. She's like, oh, okay, I guess it's time, you know? I don't think he has any idea. Like, he's just like, whatever. So I think this girl leaning up against him, taking pictures, giggling super hard at his shitty jokes, right? Sticking her tongue, like, I don't think any of that registered to him. He's just like looking, she's a friend, you know? He doesn't register to him at all. This caption's fucking bullshit, by the way. Praise her in the fucking caption, not talking about the food spots are awesome, they're all walking distance of each other. Like, who cares? No one cares about the walking distance of the fucking spots. But yeah, man. So Chin, you know, that's what happened to Chin. And then obviously the next day, they spoke about it on TFATK, and I got the impression from the little conversation here with Brendan that nothing actually happened. I don't think Chin was successful on that date or any other dates going forward. I think he probably made that girl very confused.
Rap Tesla, the dick sucks for Chin.
You didn't mention anything, Brian. When you
well, you know what, Bubba? I did. Rap Tesla, the dick sucks for Chin.
You didn't mention anything, Brian. When you
well, you know what, Bubba? He didn't notice.
Pay attention.
I know, he didn't notice.
But
he has no clue.
I came down here and I went, that thing's shiny.
It's black.
And I pulled right up against it and I go, it looks different. I'm so not a car guy that it didn't dawn on me that you. I don't know.
It's just a color, though.
It doesn't dawn on me that you can wrap a car still. Like, I've never thought that that's a possibility.
But Chin, nice little weekend for you. I see the date on your story. I see your car wrap.
Can you bring that up? Can I take that?
Look at his story.
I think my stories are done. They're gone right now.
Oh, okay.
I just looked at him.
I'm pretty sure they're gone.
No, I just looked at him.
So you got yourself a little Texas Philly, huh?
No.
You get yourself a little Texas tail?
She's actually...
No, you flew in a little...
I didn't fly her in. You guys are wild.
Flew in a little live lobster tail.
I love how Chin is arguing and fighting against the idea of flying in a girl, right? They're trying to gas him up a little bit. But I love how Chin's like, no, I didn't. Oh, Chin, you have sex? No. How dare you suggest that, right? They're trying to gas him up a little bit, give him a little bit of confidence. They're trying to, you know what I mean? They're obviously trying to coax a story out of him as well to find out if anything did happen. But Chin is aggressively, no, I didn't do that. Flying a female? Flying a woman under the guise of having sexual fun? Flying a woman who I might fancy to hook up or something? How dare you? He's outraged. Chin's actually offended that they thought he would ever fly in anybody. I'm not flying in any girl. Girls are disgusting. Chin is angry. He's so angry. He's so pissed off. How dare you? I'm not flying in anybody. Flying in a woman at my age? Who do you think I am?
Can you bring that up? Can I take that?
No.
Look at his story.
I think my stories are done. They're gone right now.
Oh, okay.
I just looked at him.
I'm pretty sure they're gone.
No, I just looked at him.
So you got yourself a little Texas Philly, huh?
No.
You get yourself a little Texas tail? You
She's
know what I'm
actually.
saying?
No, you flew in a little.
I didn't fly her in. You guys are wild.
Flew in a little live.
You guys are wild. I didn't fly her in. You guys are wild. You guys are that's preposterous. That is obscene. That is ridiculous. That is out of question that I would fly in someone of the opposite gender to engage in some sort of frolicking, some sort of copulation, some sort of adult fun activities. How dare you think I'd want to rub my naked body up against another woman's body while lying horizontally in bed somewhere? How dare you?
Lobster tail.
On Jet Suite X or something? Huh?
You pick her up
All
in
that
that
fighter and the kid money?
You pick her up in that Cybertruck.
No, it wasn't wrapped at that
and
time.
say, "Get in, white devil."
There you go.
She's white.
White girl.
She's white girl.
Oh, she white.
She white.
We got some yellow on white crime.
Have you dated white before, Chin? Is your first white beat?
Not dated, no.
Not dated. Look at him, bad boy. Not dated, but fuck. Look at him. Not dated, but fuck. You wouldn't guess this guy's 50, innit? You wouldn't guess this guy's 50. Not dated, but you know what? It just leaves it there. Not dated, but you know what I mean. Not dated, but cummed in. Chin wants them to ask him what he means so badly. Chin wants them to, you know, the type of guy that you've met in school that would always say certain things and hope that you'd ask questions so he'd tell you all the fucking vulgar details. Chin wants them so bad to say, what do you mean? You know, but, you know? Chin wants them to ask the details so badly.
Wait.
Chin pulled up a KFC, said white meat only.
You're always Asian. You go Asian.
It's Asian, and plus it's always Vietnamese for some reason.
Ooh. Well, listen.
It's always like he's had a whole load. I love Chin when he talks about girls, man. It's always Vietnamese for some reason. Like he's had like so many. Chin's body count is in the triple digits, isn't it? Chin's body count's in the triple, quadruple fucking digits. That's why Chin doesn't play out here.
They're very attractive.
Yeah, they're really.
Yeah, as I get older, I have a real appreciation.
Most older guys do.
Oh,
yeah, most older guys start
Asian
going.
Women are gorgeous.
Yeah.
By the way, Brian, why do you have an appreciation for anything? Aren't you married? As I'm getting older, that's why it's easy to believe these rumors about or the allegations of him being a rapist. I'm sorry, it's easy to believe. It's easy to believe. You're 60 years old. You've been divorced once already. You have 2 families. You're married to a woman that's like 30 years your fucking junior. And now you hear, yeah, as I get older, Asian women, it's like, why is that even a sentence that comes out of your mouth? Aren't you happily married? Don't you have a family? As I get older, I want more. It's like, huh?
Something in the water. When you get older, you just start turning into Asian.
Yes, white dudes, especially older white dudes, they love.
Yeah, older white dudes love them some Asians.
But it's also like you.
I think because they can like rub their feet and they're nice.
You find a beautiful. You know, you find a beautiful Korean.
Nice bit of racism. Nice bit of casual racism there for Brendan. Nice bit of casual racism from Brendan as per usual.
Or Vietnamese, and the thing about those gals is they're accomplished too. They're
and they shut their mouth. Am I right?
They're not head cases. No, bro. You can get.
That's why older white dudes like Asians because they shut their mouth.
You get yourself a doctor or something.
I mean, but Chin first time trying white meat.
Oh my god, dude, no.
Hey, hey, look at me. You flew her in, and it wasn't just for fishing.
I ain't flying any girl in, dude. No way.
Look, I ain't flying any girl in. No way. The man that has no girls, that has no motion, no nothing, is like, how you think I'm flying in the girls? When you mean flying in guys, then we can talk. Flying in girls? Me? Yeah, right. Nothing is more important than TFATK. Nothing is more important than thick boy. Girls don't get in the way of me and my job. because I'm committed. I'm serious. When I say I'm working, I'm working.
Oh, so she flew in on her own accord.
She lives in. She just moved to London like a year ago. While I moved to Texas. So there's no there's not going to be anything. We're just too far away.
You can't do long distance.
Would you do a London, Texas?
If I'm you, I would.
Hey,
that's a little bit rude from Brendan, but that's very true. That's a little bit rude from Brendan, but that is very accurate. If you're Chin, you have to take what you're given. If there's a adult woman that's giggling at your fucking dumb jokes, who has her head on your shoulder, who's literally rubbing her cheek next to your cheek, taking a picture, you got to make a move on that and just make it work how you got to make it work. Because that's so far been the only adult female that we've seen with Chin. And the only exception I think was the other one, right? But she's a bit, you know, happy anyway. That one lady with the big bosoms, I think lives in Austin too, is one of Chin's friends. That's the only lady I've seen in Chin's vlogs or vicinity that showed any type of interest. You know? She met him alone, she's giggling, they're laughing, they're having wine and whatever. Like, is it really that hard to have a long relationship? Like, especially at his age, like, you could do that easily. You could visit her in London from like a few times in a year. But obviously he's not going to do that because it would require him asking these guys for vacation time and never going to give it to him. But you could easily do that, especially with the job that he does. All he needs is a fucking Wi-Fi connection. You could do that remotely from fucking London as you're going to visit her if you want to. Yeah, Chin's just not that, you know, he's not that guy. Would you do that? It's long distance though. Bro, you can't do short distance. He lives in Austin. There's probably, I always hear guys, especially black dudes, say like Texas is home of some really hot women, right? I don't know if this is true, but I always hear black guys within like the black Twitter space always saying Houston, Texas in general, there's a lot of hot women there. So if that's the case, and there's a lot of like hot black, yeah, big up
Chin dumplings never getting into ya.
Yeah, never. Big up to Five for Rogan. But if that's true, and there's always hot black women, it wouldn't surprise me to learn there's hot women in Texas overall, all races, right? If there's hot black ones, most likely there's hot white ones, hot Asian ones, whatever your flavor is. There's probably a lot of hot women in Australia, in Austin, Texas. Chin can't find one there. So if I'm him and I can't find one where people say there's like a overabundance of them, and then I have this friend that moved to London that is showing me some level of interest, I'm gonna take the friend. Plus we're friends on top of it. That makes it even better, right? Who, like, it's one thing meeting somebody randomly who you would like, but if that person starts off as a friend and then you develop feelings for each other, that is even better. That's even fun because that means you actually like her as a person and not just an opportunity to have adult fun with. That would be so sick. But Chin is just there like, it's too far. Okay, Chin, just be alone then. It would just be you, your Cybertruck, and TFATK. What a life, innit? Maybe that's what he wants though, to be fair. Maybe that's what Chin wants. He wants all of his all his microphones. He wants his fishing gear. He wants his Cybertruck, and he wants TFATK. That's all he wants. Nothing else.
Because there's no fish jumping on the line.
Here's what I would never do. Here's what I've never done.
Taking nibbles.
Here's what I've never done.
Yeah.
Been on a date when she's in my town. Okay. Mm-hmm. She's in my town. Mm-hmm. So she took an Uber and a long plane ride.
That's a lot of work.
Okay. A lot of work. Here's what I never have done. I've never gone, you know, I'd make a move, but she lives too far away. I do what's called live in the fucking moment.
Yeah, right? It's good to live in the moment.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Wait,
she's a good girl, though.
Did she get a...
That's right. What Bryan said was right. All of that effort done to come and meet and connect you. All of that effort done to come and meet and connect you. And Chin does nothing about it. Don't get me wrong. Maybe Chin's playing coy because something did happen, but he doesn't want to say nothing. Cool. But I don't think it did. I think if it did, he would be a lot different. Interesting priorities. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe the Chin's in a place where he doesn't really feel like that's something that he wants to pursue now because he's got too much on his plate. Maybe he feels like he's got too much uncertainty because of the pod being where it's at the moment. But it's just funny. It's just a really, really funny place to be for Chin, I guess.
Did she get a hotel?
He doesn't kiss and tell. He's a gentleman.
Did she get a hotel?
Hey. No, her family's over here. She was here visiting family.
Oh, she was.
I was on the way, you know, to the airport.
You were pit stop.
Yeah, pit stop.
Oh, you were a pit stop.
It's all good, man.
She wanted herself a giant Asian who can sing.
I mean, she's a singer too.
Of course. Really?
Yeah, she's a singer too.
Did you guys make?
Well, you guys got a lot in common.
Wait for it. Did you guys make sweet music together?
No, man. It's all good.
You didn't harmonize?
She's a sweet
You didn't
girl.
harmonize?
And by harmonize, I mean your nuts in her mouth.
Why are we naked?
I hope she doesn't see this, dude.
Why are we naked together? You're
You'd be saying, I hope she sees this.
white and I'm Asian. There's no color barrier. We never see color when the lights are off.
A nice little weekend though for you. Little date, little car wrap.
Yeah, man. It's a good weekend.
Dude, good weekend.
It's a good weekend.
Most exciting weekend Chin's had in a hot second.
Yep. I got a little.
That side profile is not doing him favors, isn't it? Fucking hell. That side profile, bro. That fucking side profile. That is a flat face, bro. That is a that is a panhead for sure, bro. Man been smashed in the face with a fucking frying pan. Jesus Christ, Chin. But yeah. I don't think anything happened. I think if it happened, he'd say something. And it's kind of brutal now he's listening to the story, listening to the details. Now it's making me view all the little tongue giggle that she was doing a bit different. Was that girl doing what girls do when they like manipulate guys into doing favors for them? Laugh at his joke, being all flirty, sticking her tongue out, leaning up against him in the fucking restaurant, taking a picture, all so she can get a lift to the airport. That's kind of fucked, but that does make some sense. Maybe all of that giggling and all of that fucking touchy-feely shit wasn't because she likes him, but just to make him feel good and to make him more compliant when she says, hey, take me to the airport. Drop me off at the airport. And of course, Chin, because he's got the Cybertruck, he was probably super happy to show off the Cybertruck. He's probably super happy to show off the Cybertruck. Not knowing that she's also enjoying getting a fucking free ride to the airport. But I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. I think I see something in her eyes. I don't think so. I see something in her eyes, and I get the feeling that she actually doesn't mind Chin.
The dishes finally came out years ago.
I don't know. The way that she's kind of looking at him, the giggling, the smile, she's smiling with her eyes. I feel like this is a real thing. I feel like if he made a move, she would have been down. Just from the little I've seen, I feel like this is a lady that likes Chin. But Chin doesn't like ladies or isn't in a place to like ladies, so, you know, it didn't go nowhere. But I feel like this is a lady that was interested. But Chin didn't make a move.
I don't know what she just did there, but it's awesome. I hope you don't mind me recording them. I just like a presentation.
That's not funny at all. Look how she's laughing, bro. Her laugh is increasing. It's like like it went up an octave. Her laugh went up a note. It started off like that's not the laugh of somebody that's trying to just get a ride home. That's not the laugh of somebody just trying to get a free lift to the fucking airport. That's a ride of somebody that wants to get a free lift somewhere else. You know, they want to be lifted up onto your fucking lap. I don't know about you. That laugh was a you know what I mean? That was one of those ones. Sorry if I permanently scarred you there. Sorry if I permanently scarred you. Apologies if I permanently scarred you there. Apologies. Look at her. Getting a pint with the guy in the pub and shit. Standing all close and shit. Look how close they are there. That's not just a free lift. Look how close. Cheeks basically kissing each other. Of course, Chin with a dumb fucking video caption there at the bottom. I don't know. I think she liked him. I think she likes him. But I also think Chin's fucking useless. So nothing's gonna happen, you know? Nothing's gonna happen there. But I think she's game. I think she was game, but I don't think Chin notices signs. He's too locked in on podcast producing. So here we are. Chin is too locked into podcast producing, so here we are. Chin would definitely turn her down to record the show. I gotta record TFATK. I can't call in sick. They need me. Chin, please just stay in bed. Look what I'm wearing. I can't. I have to install the RCA cables. But yeah. Oh, chinny chin 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 chin. So Chin went on a date. So I think I've done TFATK. I think I've done a TFATK. Brendan, so he would never get rid of his tattoos. Cauliflower ears, vacation, James Franco. Oh yeah, cool. Last one from that episode. Last one for it. Then we move on to some other stuff. TFATK on Joe Rogan v Theo Vaughn drama. I'm sure some of you guys know what's happening with that, right? Joe Rogan decided to air out loads of Theo's mental health issues on the pod. Now, that I don't think the main problem is that. I don't think people issue is that Rogan spoke so candidly and whatever about Theo's mental health issues. If I'm not mistaken, I think the problem people had was that Rogan interpreted Theo being worried about the state of the world, about the war, about what's going on with Israel, about what's going on with Palestine, about the influence of the increasing influence of Israel and the US government, about Trump maybe going back on his promises. I think the problem people have is that Rogan interpreted Theo vocalizing all of that shit on his show as Theo having a mental health crisis. You know? That's the problem people have. And then on the next show, he was talking about how Theo needs to lay off the fucking SSRIs. That's what's making him say all these type of things. So it's not because Theo's actually, you know, conscious and living in the world and seeing all these things happening and feeling a bit anxious and scared about the future and about the state of the world at the moment. It's because he's on antidepressants. I think that's what people had a problem with. Obviously, Rogan didn't really understand why people were pissed off about it, whatever. But I'm curious to hear how Brendan and Bryan interpreted that whole drama, because I'm sure it's going to be something that you've never even imagined. I'm sure they're going to make all the excuses for Rogan, and they're going to make it seem like, you know, Rogan was actually being a good friend by saying what he said, and there is some truth to it because I know Theo and Theo. I mean, they're probably going to say that because Brendan's also said that about Theo too. When famously Theo decided to quit King and the Sting, Brendan's excuse for Theo quitting was that he's got some things that, like, he's still, what's the phrase? He's got some things to handle or sort out that he has to do. And Brendan made it seem like Theo was having a mental health issue. That's why he quit the show. As opposed to Theo quit King and the Sting because it wasn't good for his career. That's what I think anyway. I think Theo was told by his management, his fucking agency or somebody that he has to get away from Brendan because Brendan's obviously a sinking ship, radioactive, not well liked, and not going to do him any favors career-wise. And it's no surprise to me either that Theo hasn't appeared back on The Fire and the Kid in person or King and the Sting, or now it's called Golden Hour, since he left. You know, he's never fucking appeared on there. It's no surprise to me that is the case. Anyway, let's watch the clip. Let's hear what they have to say about the whole thing, because I'm curious. I really want to know how they interpret it, because I guess it's going to be the worst interpretation you've ever fucking heard.
This one?
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Let me get up on the screen. Bear with me a second here.
A very trippy one. So I'm sure you guys know this because you know both people, Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan. So Joe Rogan recently had a podcast with Marcus, and like a musician, and he mentioned this thing about his conversations with Theo Vaughn and him saying that he would take his life, and he had this Netflix special where he acted a little odd during the taping.
Yeah.
And so, you know, like
I asked him if he was okay. I text him. He goes, "Yes, the internet's dumb."
Again, I think people are conflating the topic. This is not what happened. The problem and what happened and what caused it was that Theo and Rogan had a show. In that show, Theo was talking about all the stuff that he's nervous about in the world. And Rogan interpreted that as him being on too many antidepressants, and specifically that he should come to the green room at the mothership to relax and take his mind off things. And people looked at it like, hold on. So because Theo's concerned and is bringing up stuff like Israel, Rogan interprets it as he's got mental health issues. Like fuck Rogan. And in our next episode with that Marcus country music singer, he kind of reiterated that, which made obviously Rogan look fucking terrible as a friend and as a person just in general.
Yeah, I think for Theo, like, the internet ran with it because after that taping, someone was filming on IG, and they're like, "How you doing?" He's like, "I'm good," you know, making a joke. He's like, "Just trying not to take my own life," but he was joking.
Oh.
I don't know about you, but I didn't interpret that video as he was joking. Maybe I'm not being charitable enough to Theo. I'm not being forgiving enough. But that video where he said, I'm not trying to take his own life, I don't think he was joking. If anything, I think he was, what's that word called? I think he was, is it sympathy baiting? It's a form of that. So because the taping didn't go too well and he was feeling really nervous about it, because he's already an anxious and nervous guy anyway, I think he said that to kind of get the steam off of him, because he knew it went really badly, the taping. So I think he said that on purpose to try and get people to like not maybe be too mean to him in person. That's why he said it. But I don't think he said it because he was joking. No, he said it on purpose because he probably felt shitty, and also as a means to get people off his back, so they wouldn't be too harsh. That's it. Is it virtue signal? Yeah, maybe it's virtue signaling. Maybe it's that. Someone threatens it a lot. Who does that? Is it Boogie? There's a couple of locals that do that all the time. That will talk about things pertaining to unaliving when they go for a scandal, when they go for some sort of controversy. They'll mention things about unaliving to kind of get people, to get detractors and trolls off of their back, so they don't, you know what I mean, go too hard on them. I think it might be virtue signaling, but I know Boogie does it a lot.
Okay. But then there was all these rumors like he bombed and didn't do well.
They're not rumors. There were real accounts of people that were in the audience. There were first-hand accounts. There was clips of it, audio. He didn't do too well. Also, have you noticed there's not been a retaping anytime soon? I haven't seen them retaping it or announcing it's going to be released. So it probably was really, really bad. It was probably so bad they couldn't salvage what was already recorded. So now they're having to record a whole new thing, I'm assuming, which is probably going to fuck up their recording schedule, because I'd imagine Netflix probably run like a fucking well-oiled machine. Things are filmed on a specific day, then they release on a specific day. So Theo not doing well probably fucks up their whole shebang. Big old Drake.
We were all concerned. Like, I reached out to him. Rogan reached out to him. Rogan's talking about that. So Rogan does.
No, he isn't. No, he isn't. Again, this is a bad interpretation. Rogan isn't talking about that. Rogan was talking about what happened in front of his face. Rogan and Theo were having a conversation about politics and whatever. Theo started naming the waters. That's what happened. Theo started naming the waters. He mentioned fucking Israel. He mentioned the Trump administration. He mentioned the wars, the genocide in Palestine. He mentioned these things by name, which visibly, in my opinion, made Rogan kind of uncomfortable, which then led to him being like, hey, you need to get off those SSRIs. You need to come to the mothership. You need to come to the green room. You need to have a drink. I know you don't drink, but you need to fucking relax. That's what encouraged, or, you know, whatever, all that conversation. Not that he saw the clip of him at what the fuck are you talking about? But again, not surprised that they would be going this hard trying to glaze fucking Rogan.
Doesn't know that was all bullshit, not real. So Rogan's like, hey, I'm a little worried.
Yeah.
And then Theo's like, when Theo says this is cap, which is what Theo's too old to be using the term cap.
Yeah.
But when he says this is cap, I think he's referring to like all the.
No, he's referring to the video, you fucking dong. When Theo says cap, he's referring to all the other video. Didn't he quote the video that he's referring cap to? He literally quoted it. And now you're saying, I think he's referring to something else.
Nonsense that people were saying about him that night shooting the special, him taking his own life. He's like, all that's bullshit. I was good.
Yeah.
I was good. So
I don't think that's true. A lady in the audience was asking him to help with the unalive prevention. I don't think that's true. Apex Putter. There's a video of him. I'll play it later where he's doing he's doing like a Q&A thing after. I think all comedians do that, right? When you finish the show, everyone kind of rushes to the stage and he's kind of bending down, talking to people, saying hi, signing things, taking selfies. And then somebody says something to him and he says, yeah, I'm just trying not to take my, like, are you okay? Keep your head up, keep strong. And he said something about that. He didn't say in response to somebody. He said it again, somewhat tongue in cheek, but also I think as a way to get people to kind of lay off him because he knew that taping went really badly. Was it blown out of proportion a little bit? Yeah, maybe. But, you know, like it was what it was. There's no need to try and interpret it as something else. It was exactly what it was.
He's not saying Rogan's full of shit, and
he is saying that.
Lying about him. He's saying
he is. That's what he's saying. No cap means lying. When you put this is cap, that means lying. Cap is lying. That's what the slang is. He's quoting a video where Rogan's talking about Theo losing his mind, essentially. Rogan interpreted Theo asking questions and naming, calling out Israel as, or the Israeli government, let's say, Rogan interpreted Theo calling out the Israeli government and the Trump administration as him losing his mind. And now Brendan trying to say, no, Theo didn't say that. Actually, he didn't call out Rogan and say he's lying. He actually said about the other thing. It's like, what?
All that stuff over here was not real. I'm fine.
Okay,
That's
let
not
me just
true.
play you this clip. This is where Joe Rogan mentions it.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Theo Vaughn's going through the exact same thing. And the last time he was on the podcast, he was explaining it to me. And it freaks me out because I know Theo has had conversations before, like even publicly. He had a Netflix taping and it didn't go well. It was like they actually they shelved it. They never used it.
You see what Rogan's doing here? Rogan's trying to use that bad Netflix taping to add context to the notion that he thinks Theo's losing his mind. He's not confusing it. He's saying that Netflix taping, what he was plus what he was talking about on my show, is proof enough that he's losing his mind. Clearly, that's what Rogan's trying to do here, and Brendan's interpreted it a whole different way. Yeah, bring up A. Martinez.
Bobbit Project's too old for hot second dope WTF.
Exactly. That's a good point. Very, very good point.
You know, there was all these stories from people that were there saying he bombed. I think he just had a kind of a breakdown. And then he was talking to the crowd, and there's a video of it where he said, that, you know, the people were shaking, hey, we still love you. He goes, thank you. Look, I'm trying not to take my own life. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Yeah. And like, you hear stuff like that, you just go like, oh, Jesus Christ. I've known too many people that I didn't think were going to kill themselves and then did. And then he goes down these spirals where he starts talking about world events and freaking out. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, I got to help.
World events, like he's mentioning it like it's just like a passe thing. These world events are like fundamentally affecting people's everyday lives. Whether you want to pay attention or not, like I'm a guy that generally likes to not pay attention to too much politics. But whether I want to pay attention or not, these world events are affecting all of us in a very profound way. We're all being negatively affected by these world events. And some of us are powerless to help these world events. Some of us, like this guy, have some level of power of influence where you can maybe have these politicians on and maybe grill them a little bit, question them a little bit, or push for certain things in the hope that it would maybe benefit everybody, else. So I do find that kind of rich. Oh, it's just world events. Just get over it. It's fine. Just world events. You're not really of the world. You can just live in your own little bubble. Who cares about the world events? Like, bro, I care. I care a lot. And that's what Theo was doing. He was trying to care, and then him caring resulted in Rogan saying, oh yeah, you've got mental health issues.
No. And so I send him things about people getting off of them, and apparently there's some doctors that specialize in getting people off of them. But here's the thing about that chemical imbalance thing. That's not real. They used to think that was what these things do, that they treated a chemical imbalance.
By the way, this explains also why Rogan interpreted like this, because Rogan's clearly in the same lane as Dana White. He's one of the type of people that doesn't think mental health issues exist. He's one of the type of people that think you can just like will it out of existence. You can just kettlebell swing yourself out of a depressive state. You can run yourself out of a depressive state. You can kind of exercise yourself out of being bipolar, out of being BPD, out of being schizophrenic, out of having anxiety, out of suffering from whatever. He just thinks you can just will it out of existence. If you run enough, you can basically will it out of existence. That's what he's basically saying. Yo, big up Z as well. Free Palestine always. Yes, exactly. Free Palestine always.
But then recently, studies have shown that that is not what they do. They don't exactly know what they do. And they kind of numb you in some sort of a way that helps some people.
Don't you find it interesting how skeptical these guys are of like conventional medicines and doctors and science? But they're very open to the idea of like scorpion milk. They're very open to the idea of GLP-1s, peptides, steroids, fucking, what's that? Blood transfusions, whatever that orange stuff they were doing, IVs. Anything alternative is pretty much fine. They'll ingest it, they'll swallow it, they'll stick it up their ass. But anything that is somewhat attributed to like modern day medicine or something that's attributed to regular doctors and nurses, they're going to run away from it and turn a blind eye to it, SSRIs, they don't really work actually. Studies have shown they don't really work. So what works then? If SSRIs don't work, what should people be doing instead? Eating what? Fucking cucumbers or something? Like, what should they be doing? Please tell me now. What should they be doing?
So you transition into the whole like antidepressant thing, but yeah. So
all Joe's saying is that there are certain things that are concerning based on what he's heard from the mouth of Theo.
But that's the problem, Mr. Callen. What did Theo say that was concerning that led Joe to think that way? Theo went on a couple of rants during the show where he basically expressed his frustration with the current state of the world. Maybe some of it was a projection because of his own guilt in the role that he played, maybe in getting Trump elected. I don't think that's really true. I think people maybe over-egg the importance these guys had in the fucking election. I think by and large, Trump was always going to win anyway. It wasn't really an adequate candidate to kind of go against him, really, to be honest. But I think that like interpreting somebody being concerned about the state of the world as if they're having a depressive or psychotic break is kind of insane. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of insane to interpret your friend having, worries about the world and shit as them maybe suffering from something is really, really insulting to the person, I would imagine.
The people that criticize this are saying that why would Rogan, basically say it on his show?
Because Theo's talking about it publicly. So nothing that Joe said there wasn't.
Yeah, Theo's talking about it publicly, but then also
that's not the point though. Theo's talked about it publicly. Everybody knows that. His fans love him for it. But Rogan's attributing what Theo said on the show about Israel, about the state of the world, to his mental health issue struggles, which is not true. And even if it was true, even if behind the scenes he knew that, why would you say that in public? Let's say, for instance, it is the fact that behind the scenes people know that Theo's having a bad time, which is why he's going on his quote-unquote unhinged rants. But that rant he went on Rogan, I felt like was not unhinged. I feel like that came from a real place. That came from a place of like compassion, a place of empathy, a place of understanding. I'll play in a minute the clip itself, but like I don't see that as an issue whatsoever.
Saying is, I just sometimes
the only thing I don't like, he's like, he's talking about his conspiracy and stuff. I was like,
yeah, he did mention
that's not a reason to think a guy's gonna kill himself.
Exactly.
No, I think what
and look at them making again. Look at the sweeping. Look at the excuses they're making. Brendan had a little moment there of like clarity and like critical thinking skills there, like really, because somebody is into conspiracies or is somebody that again is big part of Rogan's identity. They're now mentally ill, and you're friends with fucking Alex Jones.
The point is that there are a lot of people that take their lives and nobody saw it coming.
Yeah,
Chris Cornell's a good example of that. He had a daughter, I think 2 daughters.
The lead singer for fucking
and he had everything going for him. And when you see that, you go, whatever he was going through to leave his 2 daughters.
No one knew.
There is something so real.
How about that Chester guy from Lincoln Park? He had like 6 kids, young kids. They have a picture day before he killed himself.
So
he's on the deck with his whole family. They're all smiling. That next day, he killed himself.
That guy Stitch, same thing. That dancer, family.
Oh yeah, I know.
But apparently he wrestles. He really wrestles with despair.
I don't think Theo's anywhere near that.
No, I hope not. I'm just saying that when you have they will always tell you, people who know better, when you have a friend, we have someone, and they start saying things like that, you need to kind of.
But then you don't say that on your massive podcast, do you? If you have those real concerns, if what should have happened, what real friends do, what normal people do, after that episode where Theo said what he said, and you went on that rant about the state of the world, about Trump administration, about the genocide, about the war in Israel, or the war in Iran, sorry, what he should have done as a real friend was after that show, spoken to him in private about his concerns. That's what a friend does. You don't go on your pod and start talking about it. But like I said in the previous episode, Rogan does this quite often. It's a thing that people don't really mention too much about Rogan, but it's one of the things that I've always disliked about him, especially during the whole Sober October thing. If you guys remember, Sober October started primarily to try and get Bert to stop drinking. That's what his friends kind of did it for, and then it turned into this whole like challenge thing, and they were kind of competing with each other to see who could lose the most weight and learn a new skill, which was kind of cool at one point. Now they obviously stopped doing it. But it was kind of cool that they would stop doing drugs and drinking and shit for a month, and then also maybe try and learn a new skill or work out a lot and see who looks really different at the end of the 30 days. It was kind of like a good. I took part in it a couple of times myself. It was actually pretty decent. But what I didn't like about that Sober October era was that Rogan would always, before that happened, he would always be on the pod, kind of like indirectly talking to Bert, talking about his friends that drink too much and this, but be really cunty about it. Like, bro, if you want to say this stuff to the guy, just call him. If you have these concerns, call him. But I hated this, like, I don't know if it's moral grandstanding or like lifestyle. I coined the term like lifestyle shaming, but it really kind of did annoy me because it kind of sounded like, is the word ornery? I'm not sure if it's the word ornery, but it's like, who gave you the right to be the person to judge others and what they do? You know what I mean? It's like, and also there's just something about the way that he's using his platform to kind of have these talks. What, like, as if like, oh, my time is so valuable, I can't talk to you on the phone because I'm so busy, but I will talk about you through this show without mentioning your name, and you know I'm talking about you. And then you'll get the message and you'll do the thing that I want you to do. It's like, who are you to tell me how to live my life? Like, it's just, I don't know, it's just strange. I don't like that when Joe does that, honestly, I really don't.
Be there for the person. Because I think a lot of times, my guess is that sometimes when people do it, it's impulse. And they couldn't tell you why they did it if you could bring them back.
Yeah, dude, that's...
They just... Because, I think they did a thing where...
Also, this is, again, is this a form of having like a hero complex or like an outsized, an oversized sense of self where you think you have the power to stop somebody committing something like that, like an unaliving? That you are so important to them that you could actually stop them from deciding to unalive themselves. That's not the case. When's that ever happened in the history of time? Doesn't usually happen. If somebody is hell bent or has made their mind up on doing that sort of thing, they're gonna do it. They're gonna follow through with it. No amount of conversations or talks from you is gonna change that for the most part. It's kind of like, you know what I mean? It's kind of it's a little bit self-important to think you have that much sway in someone's life that you can literally confirm. You know what I mean? It's just a strange thing to say.
Everybody who jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge and lived, all of them said that when they were in the air, they were like,
regretted
fuck.
it.
Yeah.
So Theo just said, hey, some people are saying false stuff and posting things online trying to make it look like I'm struggling or something. That's not entirely true. I'm doing fine. Now, I am human like most of us and going through human moments.
Exactly.
Some of them are, well, you know how they are just human moments, and some days are awesome, some are hectic. But I'm doing great. People want to say things I don't know why. I can't control that, but I can speak up for myself. Amen. Have a great weekend. Think I'm going to the rodeo.
Exactly. I'm doing perfectly fine. I'm having human moments. That happens sometimes. That's why you should not watch the news. You can sometimes you can sit there. What news can, especially if you go to the doctor. If you go to the doctor or something, sorry, pardon me. Or you go to somewhere like a dentist appointment, they might have regular TV on and they might have the news on loop, and you'll suddenly be inundated or subjected to 1 hour worth of like regular news, and it'll fucking bum you out. You'll start to look over your shoulder every 2-10 minutes because it's kind of like, reporting all these deaths and these robberies and shit. You'll think of all these crimes on the phone. You'll think of so much stuff if you watch the news. It'll get you in such a depressive, sad state. So you probably shouldn't watch it in general. But I do find this kind of odd, in general. Because Theo's exactly saying what he was annoyed by without actually naming Rogan or saying anything bad about him. He's kind of being very clear about what upset him. But they're still interpreting it the wrong way. Special type of... They're a special type of glazers, these guys. Special type of glazers. In order to defend Rogan, they're purposely not understanding what Theo's saying.
I was also at the radio, but it's not also out of the norm for anybody close to Theo having some concerns about his mental health.
You see, now he's made it worse. Now Brendan went out of his way to make it worse. Why would you say that? This is not the first time that somebody has said something about Theo's mental health, especially privately. Do we need to know this? Actually, what you guys don't know, he actually did try to unalive himself a couple of weeks ago. It's like, what? Why are you telling us this for? Why are you telling this information for? Again, I think it's like a fake compassion thing. That's what it's kind of doing, but it's really mostly to kind of bring attention to you, because you know how fucking successful and famous Theo is, so you kind of want people to kind of listen to you also. That's what I think it is. It's a kind of form of like marketing or like advertising yourself in a way.
He has a history of it. So why Rogan's getting backlash from it, I'm a little concerned. And if you're reading what some of the people are saying about,
he's getting backlash from it because it's been interpreted like he was only concerned because Theo was mentioning taboo topics and subjects that Rogan really truly doesn't like to talk about too much. That's why people were fucking tapping on. Like, honestly, this fucking guy. Next one, let's continue.
Theo, you'd be like, oh fuck, Joe can call Theo. Theo will answer, so you could talk to him direct.
Yeah,
that's
the
also
main thing.
That's probably the best move, and not say it on the biggest podcast in the world.
Yeah,
I remember when Rogan said to you about the whole, that whole thing that happened with the fighting ending retirement. I even remember thinking like, what the? That's so fuck. You should
Made
do
the
that
podcast.
I know.
Shit is so like shy and like he like defers to these guys so much he can't even say it. Like what it was. He's talking about the "You Be Surprised" video, the one that fucking where Rogan famously tells Brendan that he should quit. I know. I think you'd be surprised. He'd fuck you up. That famous clip. But Chin is so shy. He's so like afraid of upsetting these guys. He can't even say like, "Oh yeah, the video." Wait. Just say what you're gonna say, bro. It doesn't matter. Happened so long ago anyway. If he gets his feelings butthurt about that video, it says more about him. Happened so long ago. Just say it, for goodness sake.
I wouldn't be here
because fucking Schaub goes. The best thing that Brendan ever did was we could have taken it out. There was an option, and Brendan said, "Hey, you know what? This is what we do.
Mm-hmm.
If we're gonna podcast, let them see everything."
That's such a good point, though. He did actually. That was actually a good call from Brendan. Very, very rare W from Brendan. That was a really good call to actually decide to keep that bit of the show in the show where Rogan tells him to retire, because that actually worked out to his benefit in the end in terms of going viral and shit.
Yeah,
and then the New Yorker came out and said an astonishing podcast, and it was actually one of the things that really catapulted us.
It's true.
Into a real, like, people were like, this dude's got balls, man. Because yeah,
but I remember at the time I didn't,
and it was a really important
cool.
moment in a way, because Joe saw that Brendan.
I think a lot of people did. A lot of people still called out Rogan for it, but in the end, it worked out brilliant for Brendan. Number one reason I feel like. Because I feel like that was the reason why Rogan's still friends with Brendan now, or still gets him on his show. My theory has always been that when Rogan did that, he instantly regretted it. When he called Brendan out and said he should quit MMA, quit the UFC because he's not good. He's getting knocked out in brutal fashions in his last couple of fights. He should give up before he continues fighting, and it starts to really affect his cognition and whatever else, and gives him really kind of crazy brain damage and shit, right? So he's kind of looking out for his friend. But I have a theory that Rogan regretted it as soon as it happened. Instantly, when it done, he would really regretted it. And as a way to kind of show how much he regretted it, I think he kind of basically silently agreed or publicly agreed that he would cover Rogan, like whenever things came in, he'd cover for him. Whenever it came, cover for him all the time. So I think if that's the case, and my theory is to be believed, however many years have passed by. No, so if I that's my theory to believe, I feel like Rogan went out of his way to be like to himself, I made this guy quit the UFC to pursue podcasting. I can't. My conscience wouldn't be good. I won't be able to sleep well at night if, like, 1 year into his podcasting journey, he also quit that because it wasn't going well. So I think what Rogan did was promise himself that he would always look after Brendan, always, because they've been each other, friends for so long. But he said he'd always look after him, which I don't know. I'm not sure if that's true. But that's the kind of vibe I get, because it kind of would explain why Rogan kind of gives Brendan such a long leash, when based on all the shitty things he's done to other comedians, the shitty things he said and done about Rogan. I think one of the reasons why he gives him such a long leash is because he feels like he's obliged to, because he was one of the people that basically got him fired in the first place. But hey, could be wrong. Could be wrong.
Had 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Yeah, he was right.
That's what he was right.
He was right. Of course.
He saw that Brendan was.
And it was all downhill from there. That was the peak of the
No, there was an uphill.
I will say that when.
Of course, Chin has to come in with the fucking stupid positive fucking energy. No, it's uphill. Of course, Chin has to kind of do that. That's his role now, to kind of appease these guys.
When it comes to wrestling, a lot of people would be surprised.
Yep. But yeah. Anyways,
you gave a lot of real good wrestlers. At Olympic.
But with back to Rogan, like, I think he's just he talks fucking 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. With
But Do you notice that? Even Brendan gets tired of Bryan glazing him all the time. Because Bryan about to go, you fought some wrestlers.
Oh no, there was an uphill.
I will say that when it comes to wrestling, a lot of people would be surprised.
Yep. But yeah. Anyways,
you gave a lot of real good wrestlers. At Olympic.
But with back to Rogan, like,
see, even Brendan gets tired and bored of Bryan's constant fucking glazing. So he's okay, yeah, cool, yeah. I would have been, yeah. Anyway, back to thingy. Well done, Brendan. That's red W from him. Red W.
I think he's just, he talks fucking 3 hours a day, 5 days a week with Theo. It's not too crazy.
Does that really excuse airing at your friend like that? Does that really excuse going out of your way to purposely misinterpret his concerns about the state of the world with his needing or desire to not be here anymore?
Out of all Joe's friends, be worried about Theo.
By the way, the Joe Rogan,
like, it's not that crazy. Yeah. Like, because if you do, I reached out to Theo when I saw that clip of him.
All of his friends all of Theo's friends are literally so concerned about him. I bet you they don't reach out to him via the power of a podcast. I bet you they reach out to him via calling him or texting him. I bet you they do. I bet you they call him only when they fucking, you know what I mean? But here you are. Here you are.
Like, just trying not to take my own life. And then everyone's telling me online how he bombed. It was a horrible film. I'm like, oh, I know Theo. So I was like, oh shit. Hey, I texted him. I said, hey man, let me know if you need to talk. Are you good? He responded back 3 seconds later. Went, brother, I'm good. It's all bullshit. Yeah. I went, then we're good. But if
again, it's so much babying of Theo too. Like, the set was bad. Mostly because my theory is that set he did with Netflix was bad because at that point he was like, in the fucking DJ booth in Ibiza with fucking Oi Man, wherever he was, with fucking Diplo. He was at all the UFC events. Most likely that bombing of that Netflix show was just a combination of him maybe not doing as many sets and reps as he says he does, not being on stage as often as he probably would like to because, filming and traveling and shit. I think that's the main reason, personally. I think so. Or maybe just the guy just never been that funny in the first place, you know what I mean? You never fucking know. But come on.
But if you didn't talk to Theo direct and you just saw that, I would be concerned, and maybe that's what Joe's dealing with.
He did speak to him directly. He sat down on a podcast, spoke to him for more than 3 hours. You dumb.
Joe's done more talking than anybody on the planet with his podcast.
Does that excuse him just airing out his friend's fucking mental health condition and shit? That excuses it, right? That makes it okay. He just records so often in the day, man. He's just recording so much. What?
Publicly, you could probably count on one hand the times he's even said he's so careful. He's so good at never putting his foot in his mouth. He's so good at it, man. That's such discipline. And I don't think he put his foot.
Also, isn't that like a horrible thing to say? Like, didn't he put his foot himself in his mouth anyway? Isn't that like a worst interpretation ever? He's so good at not putting his foot in his mouth as he put his foot in his mouth that led to all this. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't consider it either.
Oh no!
Of course he can't make mistakes. Rogan cannot put his foot in his mouth. He cannot make mistakes. He didn't make a mistake. No, he didn't make. Of course he didn't make a mistake. Rogan, how do you make a mistake? It's fucking Rogan.
Oh, your friend's worried about you.
I don't think.
Hey man, it's not real. Okay.
There's nothing about this that's controversial.
No,
nothing.
Isn't Theo's post the reason why it's controversial? Even if you don't, imagine if you think the audience, right? Imagine if you think the audience is talking shit and doesn't know what they're talking about. Fair enough. Imagine if he thinks the audience doesn't know what they're talking about. Doesn't Theo's reaction to it prove that there's an issue? Theo's the one that makes it an issue with the way that he responded to it. He's the one that's confirming everyone's initial interpretation of how that event went by. Theo quoting and putting out 2 posts, not only the one Instagram thing, he put another one on Facebook because I'm sure he was getting hit up by people on Facebook all the time. Come on, man. Oh, it's not that big of an issue. I think Theo thinks it's a big of an issue. That's why he's addressing it directly on fucking social media.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Did you have a problem with it, Chin? You just think you should have done it not on air?
I would say like, well, once you brought up the fact that Theo did talk about this publicly, it kind of changes my thought. But I mean, let's say I opened up to you guys, but I was in public. No. I wouldn't want you guys obviously saying stuff. But you know, since you went public with it, I don't feel as bad. But yeah,
like obviously Chin's gonna backtrack, but the problem wasn't that he felt. The problem wasn't that Brendan Rogan's talking about Theo's mental health issues and problems. Theo's spoken about this stuff very candidly on his show. That's one of the reasons why Theo's show was so popular in the beginning, was his vulnerability and eagerness to talk about these things openly, and everyone else calling in and supporting him, lending their stories, talking about their struggles. Like it was like that kind of like open therapy sort of thing on his show early doors. Doesn't do it too often now, but that was one of the good parts of his show. The problem was that Joe interpreted Theo basically mentioning Israel in a negative light, or like trying to, you know, basically going on what people are talking about in terms of the influence of the government and shit. Rogan interpreted that as Theo having mental health issues, as him suffering, as him going through something bad, as him wanting to unalive himself. Oh, you mentioned Gaza, you mentioned Palestine, you mentioned Trump bad, you said maybe we should, you know, the war in Iran is a bad thing. Like all this stuff that you're saying is, you're only saying it because you're on too many SSRIs. That's the problem. Simple as that. These guys are you know what I mean? Moving the goalpost, changing this. Like, that was the main issue. And in my opinion, I'd go as far as saying that even if my friend had a very documented history of mental health issues and they spoke about it themselves on their own platform, I wouldn't speak about it. Just out of respect, because they're my friend. Just because your friend speaks about it I don't know, it just looks a bit tasteless and classless and a bit yucky to be on your pod talking about someone else's mental health issues, even if they've spoken about it in public. You shouldn't be you don't repeat it, just like keep it stum. But these guys don't believe in keeping it stum because they're never stum. They don't believe in keeping it stum because they're never stum themselves. Anyways, we're done with TFATK clips, right? So let's go on to Rogan's. Rogan actually apologized. Funnily enough, Rogan actually apologized. Let's go to Rogan's reply. Rogan actually apologized. So we have to give Rogan some credit here, because he doesn't usually do this ever. He doesn't, especially not publicly. Maybe he apologizes privately to some people, but he actually apologized publicly for this because I guess he felt bad, which is a good thing. And I also get the impression he kind of knows why people have an issue with it. I don't feel like he's interpreting it the way the Fighting the Kid are. The Fighting the Kid are, they're interpreting it completely differently to how it's been interpreted. But I think Rogan understands why Theo would be upset with this. As always, as all of us do. Because it looked like Rogan was more pissed off that Theo was mentioning those things on his show, which is why he, as a defense and a cope, was like, you need to come to the green room and have a drink. You just need to relax. That's why you're worried about Iran and fucking Palestine. You're not worried because the state of the world and because the country's on fire and people don't have jobs and everything's going topsy-turvy. No, you're only worried about this stuff because you're on too many antidepressants. So I think Rogan knows that, which is why he apologized the way he did at the end of the show he did with Mark Andreessen. This is Rogan's full apology to Theo.
So I wanted to do this because... well, number one, because I feel bad. And whenever I feel bad about something, and I felt bad all weekend, I feel like I have to address this. Good. So I did an episode recently with Marcus King, the amazing musician. Almost called him a magician. Musician who is suffering from depression. And one of the things that he did, what he was talking about how he looked at a hook that holds a heavy bag and was saying, I wonder if that could hold my weight. And, you know, we were talking about people on antidepressants that can't get off of them, and I brought up Theo.
I'm not going to lie, that makes it worse. I didn't know that context. I'm not going to lie, that makes it worse. You have a guest in front of you, Marcus King, who's actually going through proper depression. He's opening his heart up to you. And you somehow attribute what Theo said about Israel to what that guy is talking about in front of you. What? How does what Marcus King... Like, he's actually... He's even telling you about the fucking unaliving thoughts he's had. Yet somehow, because Theo mentioned Israel bad, Rogan thinks they're the same thing. Maybe I'm misinterpreting what he's saying there, but this actually makes it worse. This context actually makes it worse.
And I brought up this instance where Theo he did a show for Netflix, and it apparently didn't go well. And afterwards, he said something to someone in the audience where he said, "I'm just trying to not take my own life or not end my own life." I forget exactly how he said it. And I brought that up. I certainly shouldn't have brought that up in that context. And
you know what? Also, sorry to pause again. You know what I think happened, which is kind of explained this a little bit. What Rogan done. I have a feeling after that episode with Theo that Rogan did, he saw that clip for the first time where Theo says, "I'm just trying not to end my life on stage," after he bombed that Netflix taping. Then in Rogan's mind, he made the conclusion, oh, the reason why he was saying all that stuff about Israel on my show was because of that. That's probably what happened. As a cope, right? As a cope for what Theo was calling out and maybe how uncomfortable it made him, he saw that clip of him on stage not having a good time and immediately attributed that to the reason why he crashed out on his show.
And I probably shouldn't have brought it up, period. But I just sort of wanted to kind of explain why I have this thing with Theo where I just want him to be okay. And, you know, we did a podcast a while.
Funny enough, you're not helping. Funnily enough, you're not helping. If you want him to be okay, you talking about him like that on your show is definitely not helping.
A while back where we were talking about, he started talking about Israel, and I was like, I think you're just losing your mind.
Jesus Christ.
And a lot of people like, you're covering for Israel. And it wasn't what I was trying to do. It is my...
Could you understand, again, before I play it, does he understand how it looks that way though? Does he understand that when that topic was brought up, he didn't even talk about it? When Theo said what he said, he didn't even try to expound on it, ask questions. Why do you think that? He just completely moved by it and completely acts like he didn't hear it, like what he usually does. What Rogan usually does when he doesn't want to talk about certain things, he just kind of steamrolls past it.
Fault. It's clunky, and I was just trying to talk him off the ledge because I had seen this video, and you'd seen that video too.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
What did you think when you saw that video?
I mean, I didn't know there's other context. But yeah, I was
this
like,
is the
that's
other
crazy,
context.
you know?
We should say the other context. So there was a woman that was in the crowd, apparently. Now, by the way, I've talked to Theo. I apologized to Theo. And Theo and I, we started laughing 5 minutes into the conversation. We had a long talk. But one of the things...
Oh, so it wasn't a good talk in the beginning, though, was it? It was a bit tense in the beginning. Sophia was pissed. It wasn't Sophia, by the way. Sophia was genuinely pissed off. He said we started to talk. So at first it wasn't very friendly. Big up Theo, man. Well done. Because I don't think other comedians would have. They would have just let Rogan say this and been okay because Rogan's a bigger person, more famous, whatever else it may be. But well done to Theo for like, no, I'm perfectly fine. Don't attribute what I said to fucking me wanting to unalive myself. I said it because I have feelings. I'm a fucking human being. I'm in this fucking world too. I'm seeing what's happening around the world and it's making me nervous. It's making me scared. I'm anxious. Like, just because I'm saying that doesn't mean I want to end my life. Like, God damn it.
Things that he told me was that video, this woman had said to him that she wanted him to make a video for suicide awareness. And so he said, look, I'm just trying to not end my own life. That's a very Theo thing to say. Yeah. When you take it in that context.
So Theo's saying when he was on stage, what we didn't hear was somebody saying to him, would you make a video for unaliving prevention? And he said in response, it didn't sound like that, though, did it? I don't know. I don't know if he's just doing this or trying to make it. I don't know. The video was kind of clear. Somebody says, I love you, Theo, or something like that. And I don't know. Maybe we didn't hear it. Maybe what he's saying is true. I don't know. But it did kind of seem like he was saying that just to get people to kind of not crucify him because of a bad taping. Because I think he was aware that it was a bad taping. So he was trying to, get ahead of it. and doing the classic thing. You know, like when a guy gets caught cheating and they're like, those crazy dudes are like, I'm gonna end it all. You know, I think he's trying to do that.
It's not as scary, but when you see it by itself, you're like, oh Jesus. Like, what did you think when you saw that video for the first
I just saw
time?
a random video on Twitter one day. I was just like, look at Theo leaving stage, and like, why would he have even said that?
Right.
That's pretty much what I saw. And I was like, I knew nothing else about it.
I got scared. I got scared, first of all, because I love Theo, and second,
that happened so long ago, though. Like, this is a weird justification. That happened so long ago. That happened so fucking long ago.
well, because I've known multiple people that have taken their own life that I was close to that I didn't know they were going to do it until they did it. And when they did it, you feel so fucked and so helpless. You don't know what you could have said or done differently. Since the podcast where I told him, where he started talking about Israel and people were saying I was covering for Israel, there's people that even say my wife is Jewish. She's not.
He's rattled. But again, does he not I'm gonna play the clip later so you see it. Does he not understand how it looks though? How it could be interpreted that way? Theo was bringing up some real shit. I think one line what he said was really funny. It's always allegedly with those guys in relation to Israel. And Rogan didn't really laugh, he didn't chuckle, he didn't say anything. And considering the amount of fucking billionaires he has on his fucking platform lately, one could be, you know what I mean? One could come to the conclusion, considering the relationship he has with the Trump administration, how they're in bed with the Israel government, like, one could come to the conclusion that he is making sure he knows where his bread is buttered and not trying to upset certain people because they may be lining his pockets, which is understandable, but you have to at least understand how people can view that the way that they view it, you know?
I don't know why people are saying that, but I get how if you are conspiratorially minded, you would think that that's what I was doing.
Okay, at least he admitted that. The conspiratorial minded thing is a bit cheeky, but at least he admitted the way it seemed. I get how people can come to that conclusion. That's a good step. Again, this is more than most comedians. Most comedians don't take accountability for anything. The fact that he's doing this is a big step. So let's give him some credit.
But if you've listened to the show, you wouldn't think that that's how I've had so many episodes where we criticize Israel. So many so that I brought in Dave Smith to argue with Douglas Murray because I didn't want Douglas Murray to be able to say these things that were promoting this war in Gaza without someone who's very educated who understands what's going on, which is Dave.
What? What did he say here?
Murray, because I didn't want so many so that I brought in Dave Smith to argue with Douglas Murray because I didn't want Douglas Murray to be able to say these things that were promoting this war in Gaza.
What gives, like, who are you to not let, what? I didn't want Douglas Murray to say these things uncontested. You say, Rogan says a bunch of shit without being contested, without being held to account. He doesn't even let people on. Some people who are certain experts on certain things. He just says what you want to say. But now Douglas Murray's feet have to get held to the fire. He needs to be held accountable for what he's saying. By someone who knows what he said. What? What an insane, so he basically reads, so this is proof that Rogan does read the comments. He doesn't just post and goes. He definitely reads the comments. Because he's talking about something that happened ages ago. I'm trying to defend everything. Fuck you guys. I'm not compromised.
Without someone who's very educated who understands what's going on.
Very educated.
Which is Dave. And very good at arguing. Have you ever been? But anyway, from that perspective, from that podcast on, Theo has gotten off the meds. He titrated off. He weaned himself off. He's doing yoga every day or running every day. He's doing something. He's much happier and much healthier. So it's for him to see that I think that he's suicidal. Like, fuck. That's my failing. That's my failing as a friend. It's my failing as a person. And it's also me talking to Marcus, almost sort of selfishly, ham-handedly try to explain why I talk to him the way I talk to him on that podcast. And,
that's at least fair, but still, I don't think it kind of gets to the root of the problem. The root of the problem is that on that particular episode, Theo was trying to have a real conversation about what was going on around the world, and it didn't seem like Rogan was too enthusiastic or too willing to go down those paths that Theo was going down. Because at one point Theo was like, oh, but how do you feel then? Like, yeah, he had to literally ask him point blank, so how do you feel about what I'm saying? And then Rogan had to kind of answer. Usually he doesn't need that. He doesn't need someone to ask him that point blank to answer something. He's always going to give you his fucking opinion whether you ask him or not. But in that particular episode, Theo had to ask him explicitly, hey, given what I just said about the state of the world, can you tell me what you think? And even then, Rogan just said something kind of vague. So it's the bullshit thing is him interpreting that after the fact as Theo losing his mind.
These are kind of subjects that sometimes, like, you almost need like a podcast to sort of break down why you were thinking about certain things. But so then it comes out, like, Theo has to defend it, and then I called him up and I said, "Dude, I'm so sorry. I didn't even think of that, and that's very selfish of me. I didn't think that you would have to respond. I didn't even think of it. I just wanted to explain it when Marcus was talking about it, and I wanted to put it into a context." Like, Theo is one of my favorite people. He's a very unusual and very amazing person. The last thing I would ever want to do is hurt that guy. And the last thing I'd ever want to do is, like, say something that would have people think about him in a negative way, which I'm sure I did. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to make this video, and I wanted to apologize. But the whole this problem with, like, people that are suffering, and I'm not even saying he's suffering anymore because I think he's doing well right now, but at times he has been. They don't tell you what's going on, and especially a guy like Theo.
Is it any of your business though? Like, what the fuck is this conversation? Like, don't get me wrong, I get the guilt, right? I get the guilt. I get the feeling of, like, what? Who's that guy? Who's that chef? I think that's probably where it comes from. Anthony Bourdain, right? RIP to Anthony Bourdain. Rogan and Anthony Bourdain, especially towards the end of his life, were very close because I think Anthony Bourdain was a fan of comedy and was also getting into jiu-jitsu, which was really tragic about his passing. He was actually at his most healthiest. He was doing jiu-jitsu like 4 times a day, not drinking, not smoking, like, you know, he was dialed in. And it, you know, around that time also was the time that he unfortunately took his own life. And maybe a lot of this thing that Rogan is saying is kind of like based on that, because he kind of felt like he could have maybe done more to help Anthony Bourdain. But if you know people that are going through those type of situations or in that type of place, there isn't much that you can really do for them. If they decide to do that thing, they're going to do that thing. You can support them before it happens or try but there's nothing that you can actually do to stop it, let's say. So I think it's a form of ego and arrogance to think that you can, like, you have a way to do. I mean, no, you don't. What makes you think that anything that you say is something that they've never heard of before that's gonna make them change it? I don't know. It's just a strange way to approach those type of things, in my personal opinion. Very, very strange. It's not gonna. It doesn't work that way. And also, that doesn't give you an excuse to go around, like, I don't know, being the unaliving prevention squad and airing out all your friends' business. I don't know. It just doesn't excuse that behavior. Still, I get your concern and whatever else it may be, but do that privately to the people that you love. Do you know what I mean? Try and help that way. Talking about it publicly on a big show, essentially getting everyone on social media to talk about it now and pontificate about what place he's in and leaving comments, just unnecessary. Maybe you don't really want it to be brought up again. You kind of move past it in terms of content. Theo doesn't really talk about that too much. I don't feel like, I see some of his clips. I don't watch his shows in full, but from the clips I've seen, I don't hear him talking as much about his mental health like he used to. So maybe he's trying to move away from that because he's in a good place, and here you are bringing it all back up again.
I don't see him that often. I see him every few months, and when I talk to him, it's fun. We have the best time. We laugh a lot. I love being his friend. I love hanging out with him, but I worry, and having been through this with, like, Ari, where Ari, like, and I should say this, like, Theo got off antidepressants. Antidepressants probably saved Ari's life. There was Ari Shafir.
Do you know this about Ari? Now all of a sudden he's airing out Ari shit. Did Ari talk about this? I don't know if he did, but this is kind of random. Now Ari's being talked about now. Jesus Christ.
I'll never forget this. We were playing pool, And he was just seemed really weird. And I said, "What's going on, man?" And he's like, "I'm just trying not to kill myself." I'm like, "Oh, fuck." And then we put the pool cues down. I'm like, "What's going on?" Like, and so I think he was taking an antidepressant then, but it wasn't working. And I got him a different psychiatrist, and they got him on an antidepressant that helped him. And it really helped. And then his life started getting better. His career got way better. That's when This Is Not Happening came out. He was killing it. And then he weaned himself off, and now he's fine. And he's not the only one. I've had a couple other friends that have gotten on antidepressants and it's fixed their life, at least temporarily, and then they got off of it. I mean, I don't think it's impossible. But I get real scared when people get attached to these things and they can't get off of them. And this is the case, I think, at least in some part. I mean, Theo was on them for like 20 years. And I'd send him a bunch of these articles about these.
Again, I love how conspiratorial they come when everyone's a conspiracy theorist, but when it's him, it's genuine concern. Somehow you're a doctor and you're a scientist. Like, all of this anecdotal evidence about SSRI antidepressants, they're clearly helping some people. So he was on it 20 years. He's been alive for the last 20 years. Doesn't that come into place either? Doesn't that come into your thinking? Theo is still alive after 20 years of allegedly being on antidepressants. But they're also the things that are causing him all these issues, according to Rogan. So what should he do then? Should he get off the things that are literally holding him together? In what? In favor of what? In favor of peptides? In favor of GLP-1s? In favor of multivitamins? In favor of Onnit shit? In favor of scorpion milk? In favor of fucking whatever that orange stuff was that he did in his blood the other day at fucking Waste to Wells? All that stuff is completely good, but any sort of like modern medicine, anything that's from the pharmaceutical industry, that's always bad. Always look at that bad. But all the shit that he's doing, that's completely fine. Saunas, cold plunges. Yeah, that's what you need to cure your psychosis. Just have a cold plunge. You'll be fine. Run it off.
People that like lose feeling in their genitals and all these crazy side effects of getting off of these things. And so when I feel, having that conversation with Marcus and not doing a good job and just sort of selfishly explaining Theo's situation and not even knowing the context of that thing, I felt like I did a huge disservice to my friend and also to people listening, like especially in this clips environment where people are getting things from...
Oh, here we go. He's blaming the clips, bro. No one's going to watch 3 hours of your dog shit content. No one's going to watch 3 hours of my dog shit content. That's why when you say things, you have to say the things that you mean and mean the things that you say. No one's clipping shit out of context. If you don't say crazy shit that can be taken out of context, nobody can clip you out of context by and large. I repeat, if you do not say crazy things that can be clipped out of context, no one can clip you out of context. You interpreted what he said as him being crazy, essentially. Theo goes on a show and opens up his heart about how he's feeling about the state of the world, and you basically the next episode, when you're talking to a guy that's actually considering, he told you that he at one point saw a fucking, what is it, like a hook for a heavy bag, and thought to himself, could that carry my weight if I put myself on there in terms of unaliving? And then you brought up fucking Theo because he dared to mention Israel. Come on, man.
Lips, you would see that and you go, oh, you fucking asshole. Like, what are you doing? You're throwing your friend under the bus. And if you're upset at that, you're right. Like, I'm upset at me. So I can understand why you would be upset at me. That was never my intention. Both from the podcast that we did with Theo, where I was trying to talk him off the ledge, but I did a bad job, when I was like, I think you're losing your marbles. I just didn't want him to just go down this. Look, it's obvious what's happening in Gaza is a fucking horrendous, horrific.
I need him to explain it, because this even sounds nuts. So him going down him going down the fucking rabbit hole of understanding the extent of what's going on in Gaza. Because even now, me personally, I'm kind of tapped out of all that. I can't even watch too much of it. I still see it on my timeline, but I'm not really actively going to watch it. But when you do, you can't help but be horrified at what the Palestinian people are having to suffer, what they're kind of going through right now. Large parts of Palestine are completely decimated, been leveled. There's like sky shots they show you of like before and after from a few years ago, and it's like completely gone. It's all rubble. Kids being blown up to smithereens, aid vans being blown out of the road, hospitals being blown from the side with missiles and shit. Crazy stuff is going on, right? In plain view. So when you go down that sort of rabbit hole and it starts to concern you and keep you up at night, and then you want to talk about it with your friend on these large podcasts, and he interprets it as like you're losing your mind. Because you're concerned about the world and you're placing it in the future and shit. You're losing your mind because you're concerned about the current state of this fucking Onzi Rogan or something else, man. You're losing your mind. You're probably thinking to yourself, hold on, you're rich. Why do you care?
Situation. But I was trying to just talk him off the ledge. I just did a shitty job of it.
Yeah, very shitty job.
And then bringing him up with Marcus, I did a shitty job of it because I was just trying to like explain like, hey, this has happened to other people I know. It's not just you thinking about hanging yourself. It's like, this is a thing. And I didn't know any other way to do this other than to talk about it this way. So I think that's all I can say about it. I'm super happy that Theo's doing much better now, and he's healthy and happy, and he's one of the most amazing people that I know.
You should have said that. You should have said, I apologize again for what I said. I shouldn't have said that. Not, I'm happy he's doing well, as if like it's justifying why you said it. It's like an apology that comes out of both sides of your mouth. It's not really an apology. You should just end it there. Said, I apologize again for Theo. I apologize privately. Just want to say that right now. Theo, I love you. You know I do. I apologize for what I said. If it came across the way it came across, I know I came across shitty. It won't happen again. Leave it as that. No, oh, he's doing much better now.
And so I just felt terrible. It occupied my thoughts all weekend. It never left me. It was just with me all the time.
By the way, both things can be true. Theo could be going through a depressive state, and he could also have concerns about the world. But it doesn't give you the right to say he's only got concerns and he's only bringing up those things because he's in a depressive state. That's the real cunning thing to do, especially to your friend.
And I was trying to figure out, what do I do? Do I make like a little Instagram video where I talk about this? I'm like, I'll fuck that up. I'm like, the only way to do that right is to sit down and talk about it. And then when you and I were talking about it before the show, I was like, this is like probably the perfect way to do it. When you see people that are going through...
To be fair, at least he did it. Again, like I said, these comedians, a lot of them have zero accountability. They think they're impervious to any sort of fault. So the fact that he's apologizing for it says a lot about him, you know, in general. His heart is definitely in the right place, but I think he's also in denial about how compromised he is. Because the Joe Rogan of old would have never replied the way that he did to Theo. Would have never just ignored him when he mentioned it. Would have just acted like he was completely deaf at that moment, just steamrolled past it because he didn't want to talk about it. It was awkward. The Rogan of old would have never done that. Would have never fucking done that. So I think he's also in denial about just how compromised he is. And he's probably compromised and not even conscious of it. He's probably not even aware. Because those guys generally his friends. He's generally friends with Elon. He's genuinely friends with Peter Thiel. He's generally friends with fucking Donald Trump now. He's probably very close to fucking JD Vance. Who knows? Maybe fucking Rogan's wife is very close to fucking Melania. Or fucking, what's his name? What's his name? Trump's daughter. I forgot her name. And yeah, I mean, like, he probably doesn't even know how compromised he is. And we know Rogan to be very loyal. He doesn't usually throw his friends under the bus, really. He doesn't really discard his friends. Even someone like a Brendan who's been, you know, pretty shitty in terms of a friend to him, in terms of what he's done in the comedy scene. He doesn't really bin his friends. He kind of sticks by his friends in the long run. I mean, he won't come out and defend you, but he'll definitely still be your friend. So it wouldn't surprise me if Rogan is probably not even conscious of just how compromised he is, because he views those guys as all being his friends.
Through this kind of shit. Like, what's going on in your head?
I mean, I don't know. I don't have a ton of other friends outside of like the entertainment industry that I know have had any issues like that. Granted, they probably do.
I thought Jamie was going to say, I don't really have a ton of friends because I'm always on here. Not going to lie. You kind of, you know, you get, I'm obviously a multi-millionaire because of the show. So thank you very much for changing my life. But I also don't have much time for friends because I'm sat here listening to you go on and on and on about ivermectin 3 hours a day. You know, I'm happy to sit here listening to you talk to another fucking oligarch billionaire guy for the 17th time about the state of California for 3 hours a day. I don't really have much time for friends, if you haven't noticed. But thanks for asking anyway.
But I personally don't. I mean, I've never intervened or called and asked like what's going on. That's
exactly
not how I handle it generally. I think.
What do you do?
Nothing. Nothing.
There's nothing you can do. It's a hero complex. Maybe because he's got money, he feels that he can fix everything. But sometimes money can't fix things. You can't just give a guy a Lambo. You can't just give a guy a house and he's gonna be fine. You can't just give a guy money and he's gonna suddenly get better. It doesn't work that way. Rogan should know that. I'm sure some of his friends who are the most successful, the most wealthiest, are probably the saddest. You know what I mean? Or are going through bad times. It's not, you know what I mean? Money doesn't, but so that's maybe why. Maybe his brain is kind of broken that way because he feels like he's got the money to do things for people. Why can't he just help his friends? Which is, you know, it comes from a good place in some respects, but it is there's a little bit of an ego attached to it there.
Problem with that, the nothing thing is then if they do something, you fucking live with it forever. And this is happening.
That's life. You have to live with it forever. That is life. That's the nature of life. So same happens with breakups. Breakups for the most part are very, I think breakups sometimes, breakups I think are avoidable. Very rarely do breakups come out of nowhere, in my humble opinion. I think breakups are very avoidable, even friendship ones. Friendship breakups, relationship breakups are very avoidable. You can kind of see them coming, but you're usually in denial. So if you want to change it, you can change it. If you want it to play out the way it plays out. But when it ends, you can't really go backwards. You kind of just have to live with what happened and maybe use the learnings of what went wrong to apply it to a next situation and hope that never happens again. You don't just get to like, you know what I mean? Life doesn't work that way in terms of like, I'll just have to, and it will fix everything okay. If only life was like that. Life isn't like that. Sometimes you can try and fix something even when it's going wrong and it still doesn't work out because it's destined not to work out.
And to me, you know, like the first guy that I knew that killed himself.
Or maybe them ending their life is actually a form of it working out. That might be part of their destiny too. That might be something that's meant to make you steer a certain way. You never know how life is. You know? I'm not a big believer in like preordained destinies, but I do feel like we all have different paths, different destinies, right? And each path takes us down different roads, but each path that we take can impact other people too. You know? So maybe somebody deciding to unalive themselves, as heartbreaking and as terrible as that is for you, their family, them as well going through it. Maybe there's a greater good that comes from it. Maybe not. Who knows? But I just find it really arrogant to be like, I'm gonna be the one to save, and I can say something, and you have to intervene. To intervene and do what though? You can't monitor the person every single day, every single minute.
Was this guy Drake, who was a writer on news radio. And if you ever see that thing from the VH1 fashion show where I play this crazy photographer, Drake wrote that. And he was a great guy. He was awesome, interesting. He was a comedian, fascinating guy who became a writer. And then just coincidentally, I knew him from Boston when he was a comic. And then
this makes it even weirder though. Like, so you know people in your actual real life close to you that have done this, yet you still feel like that what you, I mean, you still said what you said about Theo. It makes it, well, usually people that have this sort of experience usually are very sensitive to this sort of topic and wouldn't do what Brett Rogan done as a mistake. You wouldn't do that because you've had friends in your real life go through this. If anything, you'd be very wary and very, you know what I mean, when it comes to mental health. But I feel like even the way Rogan talks about mental health is very dismissive about it. So it's like, your whole career you've had people in the entertainment industry you've grown up with. You've lost them through that. And here you are thinking you could just exercise your way out of the depressive state. You think, oh, if I mention it on my show, maybe it will help him out.
And he was a writer on news radio. And when he killed himself, I was like, what? That guy? Like, how? I never saw it coming. I I didn't imagine that he would ever do that. And then Anthony Bourdain was a hard one because he's one of those ones I felt like, fuck, if I could have been there and talked to him.
Yeah, see? Again, I don't know. I just feel like that's too much ego. Like, to think that you're the one that could say, I don't know. I don't really like that way of looking at things. You can feel sad and regret. You can regret. You can maybe feel like you could, but I don't. I feel like he generally does feel like he could have saved Anthony Bourdain. It's like, no, you couldn't. He was suffering. He was going through a lot. Nothing you would have said would have, I don't think, would have changed it. As sad as that is to be reality. And also, even if you did, it's like, would changing it be talking about it on the podcast though?
I could have talked him off that ledge. You know, and you live with that. You're like, that feeling of I could have done something. And unfortunately, I'm fucking very busy. And in being very busy, sometimes I'm very selfish because I'm selfish with my time. And when I do sit down with someone like Theo and have a conversation, they start talking about either depression or not being able to get off pills, or I get very ham-handed. And, you know, and in the context of a podcast, it's just not a good way to deal with something like that. It's not a good way to, like, you're trying to calm someone down and at the same time you're also trying to do a show. It's fucking too weird.
But again, you're misinterpreting. He didn't need to be calmed down. Like, in that moment, he didn't need to be calmed down. You could have just spoken to him about what he was talking about. I don't think he needed to be calmed down in that particular episode. I don't think so. I'll play the clip in a minute of what he said, but I didn't get the feeling that Theo needed to be calmed down when he mentioned all the things that he mentioned. He just needed somebody to talk to. A shoulder to maybe lean on. Oh, he needs to be calmed down. He's too... What?
The Brody Stevens one was a really hard one too. Because I knew that Brody was struggling. You know, there was a time when Brody got off his pills and he had a different issue. It wasn't simply depression. There was a legitimate psychological issue that I don't know what the actual diagnosis was, but he got off the pills and he got crazy, like, for lack of a better term. He was on stage. He would, instead of ranting in a funny way, he was like actually angry at people, angry at the crowd. It just got very strange. And I think I've talked about this before, but Zach Galifianakis reached out and he knew that I was Brody's friend, and he said, hey, don't engage with him. He's off his medication. We're trying to get him back on again. And then after...
Wow, interesting you mentioned Zach Galifianakis, isn't it? Because recently he's been like going at them, isn't it? It's kind of funny.
After that, sometime after that, Brody took his own life. And I remember thinking, fuck, what could I have done? Could I have said something differently? What could I have done? I don't think that Theo is suicidal. And I think that
You're not doing a good job of saying that, though, are you? All these things that you're saying. By the way, I don't think Theo is. So why are you mentioning all this stuff?
framing of that in that podcast was unfair, and it was because of what he had said that I hadn't heard what that woman had said to him. Because saying I'm just trying not to take my own life, that's a very Theo thing to say. It's like, that's almost like him cracking a joke.
Yeah, I also don't think it's something you would call him up and be like, hey, what do you mean by that thing you said after your show that someone caught a video of? Like, you know, just...
I definitely didn't. I mean, I hung out with him, and when I hung out with him, we had a great time. I mean, I went to dinner with him. After that thing, I don't know if, like, that was when he went with my family to the escape room, if that was after that or before that. I think the escape room was before that. So it's like when you have a good friend...
Again, all this context is making it worse. They're actually close to the point where... Because not everyone does that, right? I'm sure some of us have work colleagues and people that we know, but it's very rare that those people meet your family. If they do meet your actual family, that's your actual real friend. So Theo's hung out with Rogan's family, who is staunchly very private and protected of. He doesn't even talk about them too much on his pod. They hung out together. They've gone to an escape room, like with him and his daughters and shit. Yet he still did that. Yeah, it's actually making it worse. All these things, all this context. Like, so you know him. You trust him, I mean, that's probably why it probably hurt Theo even more. Like, you know me. Like, why would you interpret me freaking out about the world as me wanting to fucking run in front of a train? Like, come on, man.
But you don't, like, with comics, it's one of the things we see each other like every few months. We don't spend a whole lot of time together sometimes. And then you see a guy when you haven't seen him in so long and they start telling you that they're not doing well and you don't know what to do. And that's where I kind of found myself. I mean, I don't know how any other way to say this. I think I've said too much already.
Yeah, you have. Just end it there, bro, please.
I apologize to Theo. He knows I love him, and he said that, and we laughed and we joked around about it, and I apologize for the way I talked about this. But I felt like I need to explain to other people too, to get just like what was going on in my mind out. And it certainly wasn't like covering for Israel, and it certainly wasn't like trying to paint him out.
It sounded like
damaged or treat him like a child. I just want him to be okay. And when you're dealing with someone, or when you have like had experience dealing with someone where it winds up going very badly, and then you're just left with this feeling like, what could I have done? You know, I didn't do a good job of it. You know, especially like the Marcus King thing. Like, that's terrible what I did. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to. You don't think sometimes when you're in the middle of a podcast, you're just having a conversation. You don't think about the impact that it's going to have. That's one of the reasons why, you know, podcasts are so weird, because like you're in the middle of trying to be entertaining, but you're also just having a conversation. And I fucked up. So because I felt so badly about it, I was like, there's got to be a way to address this where I just express myself. And so that's why. We've never done this before. No. We've never done this kind of a thing after a podcast. But Theo's very important to me. She's an awesome person, a great friend, and one of the most interesting and funny people I've ever met in my life. And I just felt terrible about it. And I told him I would never bring it up publicly again. But I think it is important to let people know that aspect of it. So I'm going to call him and clear this with him and make sure he's cool with me saying this, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be. And that's it. So I'm a human, and I'm flawed like all of us, and I fuck up, and it's probably not the last time. It's definitely not. I'm going to fuck up again. But my intention is never.
I'm going to bring up your dirty laundry once again. I'm going to mention your mental health again in a bad way. But, you know, I love you, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, look, don't get me wrong. It's better than nothing. A lot of these comedians, a lot of these influencers, a lot of these public figures, they take zero accountability for anything. They love a double down, they love a triple down, maybe because they're all fans of Trump and shit, and they see how it works for him. When really and truly, doubling down and triple down only works if you're willing to also admit when you've made a mistake. Doubling down and tripling down for the sake of not appeasing the mob is a good thing, because sometimes people don't really want apologies, they want to just see you grovel. But when you've done something and you fucked up, just taking accountability and not trying to explain yourself is actually a good way to kind of appease the crowd and just move past it. Take full accountability, say you're sorry genuinely, and then just move on. Don't sit there and try and intellectualize or explain why you said it, and if you just see it from my view, you'll see that I wasn't wrong. No. What you said and what you did was interpreted the way you did it by a large swath of the population online. Everyone kind of, that's why he's replied the way that he replied, because most people felt like it was out of order. The person who obviously it offended the most thought it was out of order, so he said it. Cool. Because I don't think he says this if Theo doesn't tweet what he tweets. Because that was a really big move for Theo to go, hey, that's cap. What the fuck? I mean, because Rogan's obviously a very powerful individual in the comedy industry and just one of his friends. So I think he only did that because Theo made it very clear publicly that he didn't fuck with what Rogan said. But I also thought Rogan's apology was kind of like one bit apologizing, one bit trying to explain why he said what he said, so you don't think he's a bad guy. All right, whatever, man. I guess at least he said it. Let me quickly play you the clip of what happened, and I'm gonna move, and I'm gonna break. Actually, do a bit of Taz. I'm gonna break again, and then run, and then break again, and come back. So let me actually play the clip of it. Where is it? Not that one. Where is it? I think it's here, right? Yeah, there you go. This is the one where Rogan kind of freaked out at fucking Theo and told him to come to the green room.
Muskets. They had like 12. They didn't even have musket rifles. They had musket pistols.
He was a boss.
And they took over the whole fucking country.
I know.
Kind of crazy. Like, if you think about all these years later, they all speak Spanish now.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Well, do you think we could do something like that now? Like, what do you think's going to happen,
with
Joe?
Iran?
No, just with, I mean, like, I feel like the shit that's happening out there is going to come here eventually.
Well, it most certainly will. Yeah.
You know?
I mean, if Homeland Security doesn't stop it in its tracks, and they're doing a great job of preventing a lot of them, you know, there's a lot of things that they catch that you don't even hear about that are like terror cells that they infiltrate, but they know there's people in this country. That was the most fucked up thing about people being all nonchalant about the border being wide open for 4 years.
Yeah.
Because men of military age entered into this country from foreign countries, and we have no idea why. We don't know if they're just honest people looking to make a better life for them and their families, send money back home. That'd be best case scenario. But that's not all of them. So what percentage of them are terrorists? What percentage of them? It's not zero. It ain't zero.
Yeah. But what also, it's like, it's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel, and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out, and it's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us, and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going? I don't know, man.
We got to get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill out.
I'm here.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
I do have to pee in a little while, but
you can pee.
I'm gonna pee in a minute, man.
We'll let you.
But no, people are just scared, dude. This is shit that I hear from people.
They won't let you pee until you give them your guns.
Really?
That's how they're doing it now.
But what if you have to wash the blackface off the president? Can you fucking use a little bit of piss to do
Canada
that?
had this big,
dude.
They had this big gun thing, this law they passed where they.
You see? What did Theo say there that was wrong? That would make Rogan say, "Oh, you've got mental health issues." What was that concern? That impassioned plea? If anything, I got more of the feeling that maybe he feels somewhat culpable for the current state of the world. It's a bit, again, it's a little bit egotistical too to think that, but maybe he feels somewhat culpable, Theo, because he's had some of the people on his show who maybe have contributed to the current state of affairs, as in the president, as in JD Vance and shit. The dinners he's had with that fucking other guy with the daughter and shit, and her husband. Maybe he feels somewhat complicit and guilty about it. That's why he's kind of like, oh my God, what have I done? Da, 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 da. Maybe. But I wouldn't interpret that as somebody being off their meds. I'd want to like talk to them about it and be like, you know what? I'm also a bit worried. I'm also a bit scared about the future. Da, 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 da. Rogan's like, no concern whatsoever. They're my friends, and I'm gonna chill for them.
Made a bunch of guns illegal, and they found that only, I think it's a very small percentage of people. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood. Find out what percentage of people have complied.
They don't have any guns.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they do. They
Canada?
did. They used to. Well, a lot of hunters up there for sure. But there's a lot of recreational guns and handguns and self-defense weapons that people had that they recently made during Castro's kid when he was running the country. When they recently made this ban.
I got to meet Castro one time. Did I tell you that?
No. I want to hear that, but one second. But data provided by Public Safety Canada shows that of March 27, 32,406 people signed up to participate in the program. They declared a total of 57,440 firearms, roughly 42% of what was projected. But they were talking about, you know who has it on this page is...
Anyway, I'll leave that there. You see that? And then, of course, the other, there's fucking... This we'll talk about later on tonight. And then, what's the other clips, I think? Yeah. And obviously, this is the post, I think, that got Thingy triggered, The one that he put on Facebook. Hey, some people are saying false stuff and posting things online trying to make it look like I'm struggling or something. That's just not true. That's just not entirely true. That's obviously going towards Rogan. I'm doing fine. Now, I am human, like most of us, and I'm going through human moments, and some of them are, well, you know how they are. They're just human moments, and some of these are awesome, and some of them are hectic, but I'm doing great. People want to say things. I don't know why. I can't control that, but I speak up for myself. Amen. Have a great weekend. I think I'm going to rodeo. So I think that's what made Rogan decide to say what he said, because he's obviously getting a little bit crazy. And this is another post here. This is from ages ago. This is not a recent one. This is from ages ago.
I would never take my own life. I would never take my own life. Okay? You hear that, Israel? I would never take my own life. I'm grateful to God for his grace in my life. I love my siblings. I have so many friends and people that love me and people that I want to see their children grow up. I'm hopeful that I get to have a wife and meet my own children one day. Like, there's a ton of things in my life that keep me alive and hopeful, right? I want to be able to have an impact in the world. Those are just a few of them, probably. You know, I mean, so many just moments we've shared on this show that I'm like, oh, I live for those things. I would never take.
So yeah, big up Theo on that one. And then yeah, we got that one, of course, where Rogan mentions what he mentioned, that we've all seen that clip of. I'm not going to play it again for you guys that don't want to see it. But yeah, big up Theo, man. Big up Theo, and I guess big up Rogan to some extent. At least he owned up to it. At least he apologized. At least he owned up to it and apologized. That's the best thing that you could do. Anyway, people, I'm going to leave you and love you. I'm going to leave you and love you and break. I'm going to do a bit of Taz. And then I'm going to take another break and then come back later in the evening and do another random show. So it's going to be free. You're going to get 3 shows from me today. 1 down, 2 to go. 1 down, 2 to go. Okay? So big up everyone for tuning in. Appreciate you all. Make sure you smash the like button, hit subscribe. Make sure you become a member too, because this will be members only. These 2 shows will be members only today. This double header will be members only. So if you want to watch it on the replay, make sure you become a member. If not, you can't watch this show afterwards. It's going to go straight to members only. Members only this show and members only tomorrow's show. I mean tonight's show. So make sure you become a member. I appreciate all of you. I'll see you guys again very, 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 very soon. Hopefully tomorrow. But for now, take care. Peace. I'll see the rest of you guys tonight. Thank you for tuning in. Pleasure, never a chore. Take care. Bye.